Alright, stop jacking off. We got orders. Got it! Okay. Ausrücken!
Man down!
Jesus! How much ammo? I'm ready to fight, sir. Ready for anything.
Yeah, no, I can't watch the stream and hear you at the same time. Let me check. Hold on.
I can hear you.
He's dead.
Mic check. Alright.
Yeah, no, stream's still pretty fucking loud.
Behind 2 days, 4-7 sector.
New orders, everyone. Listen up. New orders, everyone.
Right now.
Listen up.
It's like any way to fix it. So I saw on Google that.
Everyone, shut your mouths. Boss has got orders.
Can't seem to hear you. Do you have the website muted? No. Mute site, unmute site.
Are you using,
That's fucked up.
or are you using browser version of Discord or the app version?
Can't hear the stream. I can't hear the stream, and I can't hear them. Your chat. For some reason.
I think you talked about.
We got new orders, boys. Listen up. Promotion. Shit, who died?
We got Krauts in that hedgerow.
Ready for anything.
Man down!
Got Jerry.
Wait, can you see the video though?
We got new orders, boys. Listen up.
Okay, that's weird.
You got orders? What
I don't
are
know,
they?
maybe you and... Like death man helping a black man.
Nice work, boys. We just got a speed accommodation.
Vice versa.
Point me towards danger, sir.
Let me see what the fluff.
Understood. Moving out. Wish me luck.
Yo, who's this? Hey, what's up, Knob?
Ready to fight, sir.
Hey, I can't hear that. I can hear this person.
Which person? That's me or? talk about the game.
I'm ready to fight, sir.
Yo, now. That's fucked up. Okay.
Not me, can you
Yeah, I check your volumes, guys. You're good to go. You're not muted.
Understood. Loud
You guys can hear me, obviously.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Weird. No, I can't hear Nam anymore.
ready to die.
Well,
Damn. Hey, you can't hear me.
that's fine. I'll figure it out.
Promotion. Loud as hell yeah. About damn time.
I remember last time. Yeah, the same
Enemy right there.
Get up here. We got contact.
I just give her a little reboot.
Oh, yeah, probably. Type at the same time. That's cool.
Come on, guns up.
Oh,
Nice shooting, Tex.
Wait, yo. So did you voice over for Mud and Blood game just this year?
I'm sorry.
Did you add any voice live?
Oh yeah, there's a shit ton.
Yeah. Can you say some of the voice line? I would like to hear some.
Ready to
Uh,
command.
I don't know if I can do them now because my mom's trying to sleep and my dad's doing work. But when I might, if Herb gives me the go ahead, I could send some of the files.
Yeah, it's probably up not gonna give the go ahead, so.
Ready for anything. Got orders. Someone please draw their fire. Alright, let's go.
Oh, Chow, I didn't know you live in Hong Kong.
I don't live in Hong Kong. I live in Canada.
Ready
The
to
Hong
fight,
Kong
sir.
cinema scene.
Ready to die.
I do have some, I think, Canton
Fire,
Chinese
damn it,
stuff. So
fire.
that's
We
why.
can't let
We got contact up here.
And up just left.
Yeah, he's doing a reboot of Discord.
Yo, what's the fuck? Yo, wait, you sit here. You can see something else?
Oh shit. No, the stream was working.
Oh, no?
29. Let's go.
Yeah, no, the stream was always fine.
Ready to fight, sir.
Fucking hear you guys.
You can or not.
Ready to die at your command.
Fucking finally.
Okay, sir.
Bro, stuff.
Wait, can you hear us or?
That's so weird.
We got new orders, boys. Listen up.
Fucking weird.
I'm ready, sir.
Is this a new meta? Like you just spam officer with Springfield and Mark West?
Yeah, so I was
Ready
an
to
action
fight, sir.
position, so
Look at you.
I
Hero.
want my
You
guys to
display
stay up.
self-reliance.
And
Officer is the
actually,
best class in the game, bro.
Actually, yeah, I have to agree. If you like go to classic mode and just play this
Ready
crazy
to
game,
fight, sir.
with just officers, with like I would stab
Got
with
it.
trenches, they're pretty good.
I'm ready to fight, sir.
Well, I mean, officer have pretty good accuracy, like, and also he's pretty good with the Springfield.
Ready to
Yeah,
fight,
Spring was
sir.
awesome.
Yeah, it's all plugged in because I can hear like all the bells and whistles of Discord. I just can't hear you guys. It's weird. It's kind of like seems like I'm not plugged to the. There's like a weird ass fucking
Yeah, I'm screwed here.
plug-in problem, probably.
Probably some bug up. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can't hear me, so.
New orders, everyone. Listen up. Alright, start.
Yo, the worst part of this game, I swear to God, is when you have one guy you pin, you can't do anything, you get the enemy, and you don't either for like 5 minutes. Like my first attempt, a whole squad was 8 journalists and one pinned officer. But because he was an officer, he was like game feature? Yeah, like see, he really went back to Joe Moran. So I'm gonna wait for like the next few minutes for this guy to just die. Please, yo. Kill him!
We're drawing fire.
Please pop a shot, gunner. Come on, kill.
Yeah, talking about that, can we have a surrender button? Like, if we have one guy, like, they should be able to surrender and end the game.
Fight.
I don't wanna. He can't even kill him! Come on, he's so close!
It's kind of weird, man. We should have like a surrender button when your man goes. Only have one guy left, and his morale is super low.
Yes, it's plugged in the right jack because it's USB first of all, and second, like, you know, I can like chat and hear you. I can hear the notifications, and I can chat, and you can hear me. You know what I mean? It's just like this weird ass plug-in problem, I think.
Bro, I like to try to cut the movie out. What's he trying to do?
Yeah, that's good, man. Let me see here. I'll check out the.
Bro, these guys.
I need to check out the time points.
Check out the what?
The time spoil lines, is it even implemented yet? No, right?
I'm sorry.
Oh shit! There, I think I got it.
Yes.
There you go, boys. I got it.
Hell yeah.
So it was in setting output device on Discord. Somehow it switched to something else. It switched to my NVIDIA
Finally!
by definition.
Yeah! Yes!
Are you celebrating that your guy just got finally killed?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Finally! I can now start over.
Awaiting your order.
For the 6th time. Hey, get your ass up. Yeah. Come on.
Okay. Off to the races, boys. We got new orders, boys. Listen
I
up.
finished the homework, so I'm kind of pumped up. It would be great, because I was like really stressed yesterday.
I've been working on the patch for so long, and like I see stuff. I'm like, wow, that's whole.
New orders.
That's actually the current version.
We're good. You got orders?
Oh yeah,
What are they?
What kind of view other than voice lines in the cache, other than bug fix, also other than bug fixes?
There's shortcuts. Shortcuts for you click on the icon of the guy, and it's gonna focus the camera.
Oh, that's really so. Like it did, like it does with Recon and Freeze, right?
Oh yeah, that
Yeah, that was really useful for if I wanted to check out like something ahead.
Yeah,
and I
so
need
if
to get back.
yeah, exactly. If you pan the camera, you can just double click on somebody's face down there, and it's gonna go straight to that guy.
Yeah, that's very useful.
And
I love that.
I'm working on a little bar that's gonna be in the middle on the top. They're like about like a quarter of an inch from the top, and it'll be like a black bar, and it'll be like a red kind of like bar in this, and it's gonna slide from left to right, and it's gonna be where your screen is in the field.
All right.
But it's just gonna appear when you move around, and it's gonna fade out when you don't move around. So you're always gonna know
that's cool.
where you're at, kind of do. And
I've seen other side-scrolling, or not side-scrolling isn't the right. Other top-down / side view games that have a horizontal field have something similar. I like that.
yeah, I think it's gonna be non-intrusive and pretty slick because it's gonna fade, you know. So, and you can probably I'll make it that you can click on it, but not for now. And the pause function works, and also the edge roll on the top right. Under that, it says also the amount of attempts that you had. So this is to make the experience of a guy that like us that watching more interesting, because then we can see, okay, he's been attempting this for like 6 times, you know. There's a lot of tension in this map, kind of deal, like that kind of stuff.
Nice.
I just saw that. Yeah.
There's a pause button. There's an option menu.
Okay, is pause P or is it space like it's always been?
Yeah, space. Yeah, and the screen becomes all red when you press pause. Kind of cool.
Alright,
Ready to fight, sir.
And options for like tooltips and the time that you want the particles to stay on the ground, the amount of decals that you want to stay there, and the master volume, and music on and off. and full screen, or reset profile, stuff like that.
So basically, the options is
Yeah, it's pretty much the option menu. Yeah.
Oh no.
the options menu is
Damn, that a lot of that.
if not all, or if not completely
Yeah.
flushed out.
Yeah, pretty much.
Actually,
I got 3 more slots for the options, but I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. But that's gonna come with time.
I mean, we can
it
take.
is possible to kill a Waffen that's and gets more experience than normal German soldier.
Okay,
It's not
sir.
current.
Moving out. You got
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of certain troops, provide or certain enemy troops providing more XP based, based on their, I guess, priority.
Sorry, Yesty, I could not hear you. Let me just drop the volume here in this battlefield.
There's like 2 guys in the same spot.
Yeah, I think that.
waiting your orders. How much ammo do they have?
The stream volume slide bar doesn't work for me anyways.
No. Yeah, it's bugged.
It's a bug.
It's a bit wonky. Bit wonky, Discord. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. If I was to make a game that is like that wonky, people will let me know. Just saying.
It's one of the. Oh no, you paused.
Now
alt
the
tab
get
and
me
you
the
paused.
M60.
You alt tabbed and it caused the overlay, the watch stream overlay, and now my screen's fucked up.
Discord can be very wonky sometimes. Still, it's still the best platform out there for streaming games. So
I know.
Got orders? What are they?
Alright, but I'm assuming you can hear me over the stream now.
Yeah, I can hear you. It's just I can't so that pretty much the stream is muted, but it's still playing. But it's fine.
Alright, like Nom said, having different enemy units provide different XP based on, I guess, like priority or danger, like an MG or a
Yeah,
Waffen SS.
yeah, I know what you mean. Not for now, but like like a SS has more hit points than a normal Wehrmacht guy, so he's worth more XP essentially. So.
oh yeah, I never heard of I never thought about that. Thanks.
Yes. So 10 it,
So what?
so every 10
gonna have
every 10 hit points. Yeah. So every 10 hit points of damage that you do is 1 XP. But the thing is, like, you divide that by your level as well. So if a guy has like 4 promotion and he does 10 hit point, and you divide that by 4, so it's about 2.1 XP if he does 10. Wait, it's like 0.6 HP. Wait, so 0.2. I know it's a bit tired, but like, you know what I mean? So if
Yeah,
you're like
so-
level 10 and you do 10 hit points, then you only get 0.1 actually XP. Oh, shit. That's the officer spam, okay.
Officer spam did not last very long.
No.
It wasn't bad, that's bad. Not very accurate.
Money Blood is like, I'm tired the fuck out right now because I've been coding forever and I was just trying to test if the demo works, and I was dead tired and the game would just slap me around like I'm a bitch. Like, I was like, this game is hard when you're like saturated.
That's the thing, and that's one of the things I love about Mud and Blood games, like Mud and Blood 3 Recon and the Steam version, is you can't play it when you're tired, and I don't know why I love that feature.
No. I was kind of like just playing whatever.
I would say I can't even play any game when I'm tired. That's just a concept thing.
I played Rebel one time.
You got orders?
Alright.
I mean, you know, I just bought Back for Blood and I can play tired. It's just people annoys me because they can't play in it as a team.
Cover that head.
But
Sir, I'm moving out.
Mud and Blood, forget about it. And it's Ore Valley too, so it's like super hard. And I was like, fuck, man, just let me win, dude.
Fight.
You're not gonna send any help? Oh, that works too.
Alright. What's other spam?
Promotion.
It would be convenient right now for Chow to have a tactical laser guided bomb strike. And I love that ability.
Oh, the precision strike.
Yeah, laser guided bomb strike.
It's
best.
yeah, it's pretty much like Dev Blast on the timer.
Backing off. We
I don't know if you guys remember earlier, we had like you could right click anywhere and in the alpha and it would just explode wherever your cursor was.
Yeah, I know that.
Dev Blast.
busy.
I think it's just I think either Lancet is underwhelming ability, but to me it's a very good ability because you can break a bunker with one single hit, and also break a line blocker like Hex Roll too.
Yeah, I think he just expected it to actually get to
Okay, sir. I'm ready to fight, sir.
Oh, Herb, have you? I'm assuming, like we were just talking about XP. I'm assuming you fixed the problem that I encountered. I say problem. I guess it's a bug / exploit that I found in Mud and Blood 3, where if a soldier was still locked on a dead Warmock, and he would continue to shoot, he would still get XP from that dead.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely done. I guess not gonna work in this one, yeah.
What's your orders?
Alright, good.
You can't dish out like 200 XP out of a guy because you have a machine gun and you're standing 3 feet from him.
Yeah, no, that's what would happen.
Yeah, I know.
What would happen is I'd have like 3 guys rank up off of just one soldier because they're just turning them to Swiss cheese.
Hey man, you know what? That makes you a grown man when you do that. So that's why you get a lot of XP by doing war crimes.
I'm ready to fight, sir.
Are you thinking about implementing the taking point XP bonus?
But maybe, but currently the XP is pretty much good to go. As far as I'm concerned, like it's just you fight, you get XP, which is
Higher pay grade.
yeah. So if I had like currently, like I really like my progression curve that we got right now, like
You aren't rewarded as frequently, but when you are rewarded, it's a lot better.
yeah.
Up there.
And I like the fact that good soldiers turn into XP sponge. So technically, you can make your good soldier do all the stuff, but the turnover in XP you're gonna have a loss because his XP intake is divided by his level, right? So it's it adds one layer of depth into the game where the player has to rotate
Ready to
the soldiers to do the actions if he cares to groom his soldier. Like if you play a campaign and you're like a pro player and you want to hit all the ribbons, you're gonna have to do that. You're gonna have to cycle your soldiers. You're gonna have to expose your new guys to danger. You know what I mean? You can't just like let your
busy here.
master sergeant sniper take everybody out, because then the rest of your squad is just useless and you lose this guy and then all your eggs is in that basket. So I think it's amazing for that.
Yeah, I try not to prioritize people like who get XP the most, aside from someone like a medic or an officer.
Yeah, exactly.
Someone who has strong support. But the problem is, yeah, they have strong support, but in the case of a medic, they don't have a very good offense. So, I kind of want someone like my rifleman or my gunners to have more XP.
I got it.
I
Try to keep them balanced, but
yeah, I've seen in the testers they were like, well, the medic gets XP way slower than and I'm like, I'm fine with that. Like My goal is not to balance the XP intake to be, because that's probably, first of all, it's impossible. And second, it's like, the good thing about XP is like, eventually everybody's gonna get XP, you know, it's just, if you play and you don't care, your soldiers will level up if you keep them alive. But if you're a power player, then you gotta rotate and you gotta charge the sandbag walls with like say an intel guy and a medic, so they can both like farm their XP if you want them to progress. But if a medic is leveling slower than the rest of the squad, if he's surrounded by sergeants, heavy riflemen, all that stuff, he's gonna get his XPs. There's no doubt about that. Oh shit!
Oh, fuck.
Whole squad, they don't care. Bro, you guys have like the reaction like Korean StarCraft players.
I'm ready to fight, sir.
Hey, how much time you got on your whitelist forest? Because you could set that place on fire pretty good. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I use that.
Awaiting your orders.
You mentioned medic XP being slower. What about the... I think what it was in Modern Blood 3 and 2 was every 10 points healed, he gets 1 XP, which is also divided again by its level, or is that going to come back? Because that was probably...
Yeah, I mean, not for now. I don't say no for these things. I think like when we're going to fine-tune the XP intake and all that stuff, and because currently I think the medic is a little bit under where it should be in terms of like its output in the game. I think his healing is a little bit under where it should be. His XP is yeah.
A little bit is an understatement.
Yeah.
Healing.
He still has like the function that he's gonna stop your soldier to bleed to death. Which is like a unique ability, and it's pretty good. Like, so
it is. But the problem is when you've got like just a flat 10 XP medic. I've had times where I've had soldiers just bleed out because I'm unlucky with the amount of times that they bleed out in a certain amount of time.
Okay. I mean, I can see that happening, but I think it's pretty rare. But if it happened to you, yeah, I believe you, but it's statistically speaking, it is pretty rare. But it might happen.
No, I'm not saying that it's going to happen every time, but I'm just saying it has happened.
Mm-hmm. I'm kind of okay with that, but like. But I meet you halfway is like it has to heal a little faster, like not twice as fast, but like maybe 20% faster, 25. So there's that. Also, there's maybe like reducing. It's because like if the combat is not reduced for like medics, then people's just gonna run squad of medics, right? So
oh no, I'm fully in support of keeping the
combat
medic, yeah, because I mean if you think about it, back in World War II, medics weren't even supposed to be fighting.
Yeah, and they were like what they say say like participating deniers, but that's not the fucking word at all. I'm just conscious objectors, yeah, something like that, yeah.
People like Desmond Doss.
And it's because like I believe it or not, like I put so much time into the combat algorithm that I totally forgot the pistols and the way this is built right now. Yeah, I know. The way it's built right now, I will have to like open surgery combat algorithm and then implement the pistols. And there I'm like, yeah, fuck, it's not that worth it. Because the way I want pistols is like I want a guy to run his rifle, and if he has a stoppage, and he, or like if he's reloading or whatever, I want if there's an enemy close that he puts his rifle in his left hand and then engage the guy with his pistol. That's because that's what a pistol is. That's what a sidearm is for combat.
So yeah, sidearm isn't meant to be a primary damage.
Absolutely, exactly, yeah.
It's called secondary it's called a secondary weapon system.
Yeah, absolutely.
When your primary system isn't able to be used.
So you find one in a crate, or you find a Luger or whatever, then you can equip that guy with a pistol, right? And then he becomes like way more lethal, like close range. Or like if he
No, would-
reloads.
New orders.
Yeah, go ahead.
Listen up.
Let's say in a combat,
Bit busy here.
excuse me, in a combat scenario, or a hand-to-hand combat scenario, would it be possible for at the beginning of the
Yeah.
engagement him just to, I guess, with an increased, excuse me again, with an
Yeah, I think it'd be absolutely. That'd be possible. So the way I see this is like a soldier has to score a hit, you know, a successful hit, and then at this point, if he has a successful hit, then he can take his pistol,
Sir.
something like that.
No, I was saying like at the start of the engagement, he just, if he has a pistol, he just draws it and just unloads it with a severe accuracy malice because it was a panic draw.
Yeah.
But just basically mag dump it at whoever is the melee combatant.
Like I don't
I'm ready to fight, sir.
I think it's gonna be like mag dump, maybe, but like
Everyone's buying that 20% right now.
if a person is too close, it'd be like engaging like the semi automatic kind of like rate of fire, like 3 to 4 rounds,
Let's try to be a little
and then after that engage in close combat, like hand to hand.
Ready to
Yeah.
fight, sir.
Have you, question from Cauliflower, have you thought about adding dragging/carrying incapacitated
Alright.
soldiers?
Let's go.
Yes, I did thought about that. For now,
Alright, your command.
I like the tactical situation of like having like the guy where he is, especially when he is in the open. But dragging is not out of the equation. Right? For now, I find that when you commit a tactical mistake of like sending a guy up and getting that guy up in the open, and this I find that you trying to resolve that situation if the guy's bleeding out in the open like more interesting than just dragging him out. But like I'm not saying it's not gonna happen, but I'll have to think so it doesn't remove that aspect of like fault correction kind of deal. Because it creates great stories when a guy is like bleeding in the open and then your medic is in the open trying to save and his rounds flying everywhere, and you save it and you bring him back behind the trench like that, or the sandbag wall or cover, that's cool. Also coolness into going out and dragging a guy to safety to heal him too. So I'm not saying no, but like for now, I'll have to think about a way that both are still cool.
If I could just put my 2 cents in, I think it would add another dynamic to how the medic interacts with the rest of his squad.
Yeah, you're right. So
I
if
don't
the
know if
medic
I'd-
is capable of carrying, then they would add one more mechanic to the medic, which will make the medic, raise the value of the medic. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I do understand the point of if you, as you said, made a tactical mistake, you send a guy out in the open when you should have had him cover hopping and he gets downed. You are gonna have to send your guys out there to 1, offer cover fire, and 2, get your medics by them to.
Yeah, exactly. The old principle, Yusty, about Mud and Blood is like your squad of 6 men is entirely capable of clearing the map, and Mud and Blood is a game of mistakes. So by the end of the map, you're incapacitated as a player by all the mistakes that you committed through like the map. But if you have if you have a tactically perfect game, you're most likely to have like a scratchless game, like especially with the numbers. There's less luck in Mud and Blood's team than all the other teams, but there is still some luck, but the luck doesn't affect you inadvertently. Like there's less unfairness than before, but there's definitely brutality. So you're gonna commit the mistake to send a guy in the open. There's a German that's gonna smoke him, and he can do up to 100 points of damage. So that's the unfairness. But it's not like you're behind cover, you're chilling, and then you know there's an off-map 88 that's just gonna smoke your dudes behind that tree for no reason. There's none of that right now. So because Money Blast is a game of mistakes now, then I like the fact that mistakes pile up on each other's, and the fact that the guy stays in the open, like you just said, you know, is like it's one of those things. It's like a pillar mistake, and then like you had like a perfect squad, and now you're like your best man is in the open bleeding, and now you're gonna commit the rest of the squad to save him, and then you're gonna commit other mistakes. You know what I mean? And that's the beauty of that.
Yeah, it's a case of, you know, the life of one man worth 5 others.
When I get back, I want
That sounds like a counter attack. Oh, okay.
Counterattacks. I was trying to, first game on Omaha, I was trying to let my medic heal everyone up in that initial bunker. Yeah, I like the addition of the counterattacks because they don't let you just sit there like a little bitch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and as soon as we get out of our heads that, you know, medics are clerics, you know, because they're not. And, you know, a medic can, over the map, maybe, you know, kind of toss the chances that you're going to lose a guy. Like, he's going to heal people slower. But its goal, it's not to, and I feel I'm going to have to explain that in the forums on Steam. That the medic is not there to heal up a dude from like, you know, 10 to 100 in like 3 minutes, or like, you know, so. But there is strategies.
Assault squad for infinite health.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's like, it's not a cleric.
I
SMGs only, just rush them. If anyone dies, they'll get back up.
Yeah, exactly. Just like a Zerg of clerics.
The problem with that is because of the combat malice, and especially at Modern Blood 3, since they only have pistols, I tried a medic-only squad. Nobody died, but the problem is, even when you had 6 guys focusing only one pinned German, they couldn't hit shit. It was actually more effective to just get all my guys to gang up on each individual German and just beat the crap out of them than it was actually.
Yeah, it turned into clerics.
Mm-hmm.
They do like they use like their
No
guns as
bayonets, though.
clubs.
Blunt weapons only.
Yeah, no edged weapons, just butt strokes.
Did you yell bonsai when you did that?
No, I didn't. No. Also, I don't know what it was in Modern Blood 3, but medics when they were maxed out, you know, with the Grand and they were sergeants, they were actually scary on the battlefield. I don't know if it was because they were being handled differently than other main combat units such as gunners or riflemen, but I found my medics doing a lot more work than my riflemen for some reason.
Honestly, I deployed medics as assault troops because they can heal themselves and they get an SMG right off the bat.
Yeah, they get a what is it they first get? They get a grease gun first, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the first weapon unlock is a grease gun.
So it's grease gun and then just close distance from there.
Then it goes to Tommy gun, and then it goes to Grand. I sometimes just kept them on the Tommy gun because, you know, since they're close, they'd be finding themselves close range anyways to hit anything. It was also
boy.
beneficial
It's
to
the
have that
Spanish
automatic.
Inquisition. They're here.
Oh. Never expect them.
I once bypassed a sandbag that I shot 2 enemies out of. 5 guys emerged from stealth and just gunned down my entire squad.
That's nice. That's like, cause it's not working properly. Like, but I want that to happen more often. It's like they hide as a group behind somewhere, and they do like pretty much an ambush. So.
I swear it was a straight stormtrooping squad because they had like 3 SMGs.
That's awesome, man. See, these are like these little magic Walt Disney moments like that makes the game so fucking awesome.
It's awesome. It's awesome the first time you see it. It's like, oh wow, that's really cool. But then when you keep encountering it, it's like, man, I really fucking hate that.
But like the
I started
chances
just
that you get
nading
5.
trenches and stuff just to make sure no one
There
was
you
gonna
go.
pop out of them at the last second.
There you go. Just like real life, buddy.
I mean, if you play Modern Blood Recon, you should know that the NBA and Viet Cong are totally capable of pulling that shit off, you know?
You just wait in Recon Duel, man. It's gonna be amazing, dude. Like the amount of zerging I'm gonna be able to do on it with the new engine. Fuck.
Dude, I'm fucking stoked for.
Oh yeah, man. It's gonna be the ultimate
It's gonna be
test.
the most accurate Vietnam war game to date, bro.
Man,
It'll
it'll be the ultimate test.
My
Like,
squad
okay.
drops in, gets PTSD, everyone falls on booby
Yeah,
traps,
exactly.
goes home, and then we spend 3 weeks waiting for everyone to heal.
The thing with Rangers is like they almost get bonus to hit by with PTSD. You know what I mean? It's like it's like the only type of soldiers that enjoys
Rush,
PTSD.
rush,
Oh my
Fucking gun
god.
it. Just book it, dumbass. Go, go,
run,
go.
get to that tree, just dive across the line.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
gonna get
just-
smoked.
Just cover hop. Just fucking cover hop.
Oh, man.
He did it! He just did like the rugby dive across the line, like the ball, his M1 carbine is like the ball.
Yeah, I can just smash the M1 carbine on the ground like a...
And the Germans just like, well, he made it this far, we can't do
Yeah,
anything
alright.
now.
End of this game. GG, bro.
No, I feel like they're all nil. Like, I'm not like, I feel like they don't have, infiltrator forever. You don't have any fallback. Fuck that.
1900 decals on the hedgerow, man. That's a lot.
When are we gonna get them Volksgren retreat animations for the Germans?
Alright, stop jacking off. We got
The
orders.
what?
When are we gonna get them Volksgren retreat animations for the
Oh,
Germans?
yeah,
when
yeah, I
zero
gotta-
morale them.
Yeah, I get a. The thing with Modern Blood's theme is like this more animation, and it's
An open
Yeah,
field,
it's like-
I'm not
so
doing
with
this, don't do it.
oh boy, with Cooley, like it was good because it allowed me to test the colors and everything. But now I'm like, hey, this is almost satisfactory. You know, even though the guys are gray when they reload and stuff like that. But I gotta.
I bet
You
you
got a
could
lot of art to do.
You could jump over to that lower set of trees, so you're
Yeah, I was gonna.
not
I was
really
gonna
taking
say.
fire.
I was gonna say. Keep cover hopping.
Oh, I'm getting shot from behind.
Thank God it's not violence
Taking a
back.
bath.
I can finally.
Give me some cover.
Also, Herb.
Yes,
I don't
my
know
man.
if this wasn't. I don't know if this was intended or not, but when you have your guys let's say at a hedgerow, when you have your guys in that, they can't. At least from I've noticed, when hiding in trees, they can't see out of those trees. Is that intended?
That's intended. So now, like,
Ready to fight.
on my ray tracing is like stupid right now. So
I'm moving up there.
like stupid laser precise because Lance was really annoying with this. So and he's like old school in Modern Blood 3, and he was kind of like peeking out the rocks and peeking out the trees. And when the Germans were doing it to him, he wasn't happy. But when he was doing it, he was happy. So I'm like, all right. It's like, you know, I had to do like the parent thing. I was like, you guys don't play well together. I'm gonna remove it for everybody else. So now it's like, if you're in a tree, you can't see out.
Fucking hell, Lance.
So if you're in that white circle, then or if the white circle is between you or the enemy, or any part of that white circle, then you don't see. So at least it's
Probably,
like,
it'd probably feel better if when you shot out of the white circle, you became visible.
yeah,
Like
there's
the
some,
muzzle flash gives you away.
yeah, there's
Yeah,
something like that we could do.
That's the thing. Like, I get that. I get that it's annoying when it's happening to you, and it's really satisfying it when you're doing it. But like,
Cover that head.
that's one of the things that made the hedgerow so difficult in Modern Blood 3 is once you take a hedgerow, yeah, if anything comes your way, you're pretty much set. But you still have to push up to the next row. And if there's a fucking MG in that, well, you're screwed. You can't see it until you're on top of it. It's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, but currently right now,
you walk up to a realistic hedgerow. There's 3 MGs, and then mortars start firing.
yeah, all pre-calculated, pre-zeroized on your position.
Double time it.
Actually, they would like leave cover in the middle of the open, so the Americans would take cover behind it, and then they have like their mortar pre-zeroed behind that, and they would just smoke these guys like they're just trying to stay alive.
Gotta pie off them sandbags.
Find some apple pie on these jiggers.
So what I'm trying to do in this to EST is like the hedgerows like more than enough, then you can have like cover in between hedge, and most of the time, not all the time, but sometimes the hedgerows like this one won't be complete. So you can kind of like work the angles a little more. It's less brutal than just
I
like.
bet if you mad minute with those riflemen, you can get your spec ops all the way up to those trees up there.
It would be dangerously close to these 3 shooters though.
Firepower to like pin them down.
If they're close to me, I'm close to them. And Sten gun close quarters, that thing has really fast aim time.
I like the stand, man.
The Car 98, those guys Car 98 are like
Okay, but yeah, that's the thing. The Car 98 up close is just a fucking laser beam, though.
I guess
It's a laser beam and it's a hard-hitting laser beam.
Yeah, my storming tactics tend to backfire lately.
So
I mean,
that's-
you can
that's
time your
something I've
shit.
noticed.
You know, you
I
can
have
time your shit.
incredible luck on D-Day, though. Like, literally the last 3 times, the Germans have either not had a bunker, or my guys just snipe them out of it.
You can do the chow rush too at the bunker, at the beach. Yeah, that works.
I hardly need to. Literally, the last time I reset my profile, I'm just moving my guys behind the hedgehogs. I look at the bunker and everyone there's dead.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like I debated mentally not doing this, but I'm like, there's no point. Like, a person's gonna fire up Money Blood and he loses squad 7 times in a row on the beach. You'd be like, yeah, all right, fuck that game. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, so I'm gonna create an exception where like those Germans are nerfed in the bunker and.
You say those Germans are nerfed in the bunker, but 2 times in a row, several Germans had Victoria crosses, and they kept getting.
That's the
Victoria
thing, though. It's like all the guys around the bunker, they're not nerfed, though. So if you got a bad draw on your cards and you got 2-3 guys behind that bunker, that's why Chow likes to rush the bunker, because he uses it as a line of sight blocker. So now you're just dealing with these incompetent in the bunker, and you don't expose the rest of your squad to the rest of the map.
Yeah, even when they're in the bunker, as long as you still have
Taking a bound. Cover me.
I guess the Germans I've just been fighting have been hyper aggressive because they never hide outside of the bunker. They always go right in the bunker with everyone else.
So if you're on the
No,
beach,
I've never actually used the Sapper and Intel classes effectively.
Same here. I've used it well.
Understood.
I'm the only sapper, but not that info.
Wonder Jar used both, like he just swears by them apparently.
Almost there, guys. Just
Yeah, I tend to stick to either Rush or Rolling Thunder tactics.
Okay, Rush is pretty self-explanatory. What's Rolling Thunder?
Gulf War, where we annihilated an army in like 5 days with like
Yeah.
constant airstrikes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just
Radio
pretty much
operator spam.
you just get the guy on the horn and just keep calling, which is fully supported by the.
Moving out.
Like I'm okay with that.
What just like excessive use of radio support?
Yeah,
Rushing
yeah,
plus
absolutely.
Rolling Thunder is what I like to call the Surf and Turf special.
Like a guy that like a player that really like is extremely anal about everything. He can probably like maxed out like an officer or 2, then an RTO. He can combine like armor and airstrikes and artillery to like make his way through the map.
2
Oh,
RTOs
officers.
can just spend constant explosives at the enemy. You just use the full America strategy where you bombard everything.
So satisfying.
In regards to officers calling in armor, I I don't know what it is. I tried boosting my profile, but it didn't work. I tried getting my officer to call in armor, and it just never happened.
Yeah, so the steward spawns a little too far to the left, and sometimes gets cleared out by the off-map vehicle clearing function. But it's like it should be fixed in the next version, but it's not intended, obviously.
Yeah. I figured that. I figured it wasn't just like a case of you can call it in, but like, is it going to be accepted?
Because if it works in Mud and Blood Classic, then you know it should work. Like I thought I resolved it. I have to look at the patch notes. Oh, that's gonna be hard to fight. Oh yeah, you're a little fuck. I mean, you got 2 riflemen with commando. Ah, yes, it's gonna be a tough fight, man.
Yo, I just got to like level up. I want to use that M2A1.
Busy here. What's your
I'm trying to.
Ah, you're lucky you won the firefight though. You're quitting.
I'm trying to think of the different
They
class
just
things I did.
Just gave you that wall.
Yeah, no, there's still guys there.
They certainly did not give him that wall.
What was? Oh, all gunner spam. Has that been fixed?
Sorry, what? The gunner range
Max gunner.
Yeah, in Mud and Blood 3 once I got to a point where I just kept restarting because I couldn't get past a certain point and my squad of newbies couldn't get past. I guess it was just me being, you know, a stupid sophomore and junior not knowing how to actually play the game properly, but I'm just like, you know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna spam. I'm just gonna have 6 of every unit type. The medic one was, like I said, it was better to just have all 6 guys gang up and beat the crap out of each individual target than shooting. But nobody died. Then I did all gunners. I advanced very slowly, and I went deaf from 6 Vickers machine guns.
Awaiting your orders.
But holy hell, that was effective.
Trust me, man. I just abused those mortars on the gunners so much. I called it the Psalm tactic.
No, trust me, I abused those mortars as well. I always had 2 guns, just so I could either want 5 mortars and then 5 more mortars if something else came, or I just want 10 mortars if I thought there was a large enough enemy presence up ahead. Those mortars are fucking
when you start doing those when you start getting the down glitches and you get like 8 mortars out plus airstrikes, that just becomes like
that's how you crash it.
Yeah, my game lagged to 3 frames a minute.
Try again with these 2, dude.
Hey, they got downed. They're still alive.
That's good, man. That's alright.
I need to get
It should be a ribbon if you get 3 of them like that.
I'm taking a bound. Cover me.
Why was one of your guys starting off 10?
Their morale carries over between rounds sometimes.
Oh, damn.
You heard him.
So like it's either the morale or the pin, like the pinned animation, because a lot of times when I restart maps, the people who got downed on the previous map will be still pinned.
Ready, sir.
Hmm.
I got eyes on him. Busy here. What's your orders?
Hello.
Busy
Goodbye.
here. What's your orders?
Instinctive shooting.
What was all officer spam like in Mud and Blood 3? All officer spam in Mud and Blood 3, considering they had a, what was it, a 25 combat versus 30?
Yeah.
Ready to fight, sir.
They couldn't hit, they only had a pistol and they couldn't hit as much stuff, but...
They couldn't be pinned.
Busy here. What's your
Well,
My
not
hatred
very
for
long.
officers kind of like cooled down over the years, so that's why in Steam, like in Mud and Blood Steam, my officers are more competent.
What do you hate for
But
He wasn't enlisted.
Ready to fight, sir.
Why'd
You got it.
you hate officers? I was enlisted.
Yeah, I figured you get a kick out of that butter bar line.
Waiting your orders.
Oh yeah, man, it's amazing. Every flag that you guys control at supply or officers, fucking good to go.
That's why there's no logistics class in Mud and Blood.
That is correct.
He has not lost his hatred of supply and
Because
logistics.
supply is useless. At a tactical level, anyways. You know, but your supply guy will always want to be with your team, though. That's the problem with supply people. They breathe air and they eat food.
That's it.
Busy here. What's
Yeah.
your orders?
That's their main problem. If they could do that without doing that, that'd be sweet.
They also take all the good stuff.
Yeah, yeah. And they can't fucking do anything that is supply related because they hate their job, because they got their job by coercion, because they failed their selection.
Ready to fight, sir.
Fair enough, I guess.
Yeah, it runs deep, man. It runs pretty fucking deep.
I'm ready to fight, sir.
Shoot the guy. That's acting cocky.
Okay.
And all the units I've been like, supply has always been like
Ready to fight.
the fucking what was stopping us.
Busy here. What's your orders?
That was, I want to say 3 Carnally firing at once, but it may have just been 2.
Yeah, that's
Hey, they all fired on 2, so it's like one of those SEALs sniper things where they all
Yeah.
at the same time.
Or like in that Navy SEAL movie, you remember when they're in the back alley and they all like lined up and the MT mags downrange? Oh wow, this guy's, he's like, holy shit.
Accuracy through volume.
Oh, I have an image for that. Hold on. Let me try and find it.
Yeah, I don't remember since this game came. I gotta go play it slower now. I can't let you go full because I'm not my focus medium,
Understood.
and because I'm not used to the new AI.
Well, where's my I
That's
believe in
the sound of
accuracy
a
by volume, but
G43.
don't want to carry an LMG.
G43 is no more.
Honestly, doing a Russian tactic where you just give everyone a submachine gun is just, it's fun. Everyone dies, but for like those
Yeah.
brief 5 seconds where you close with the enemy position, they're just dead already.
And those high attrition games.
Man, let's fucking move.
If we throw enough of them at the enemy, we will win eventually.
Oh, there's a mech.
I mean, that was literally what the Russians did back in World War II because they had so many of them.
That's why it's the Russian tactic. Hand everyone a Papa Shah and just run at the enemy. Maybe they'll hit something with 71 rounds.
Moving up.
Alright. Got this part on the field.
I'm ready to fight, sir.
No, I sent the accuracy by volume in a stream discussion.
Yeah, that seems about right. I think I think that would serve as body armor.
Ready to fight, sir.
And
I would
imagine
say
the
so,
way
but
that
imagine. I was gonna say, imagine the way.
Newest Demolition Ranch video. How many M16 mags will stop a bullet?
Oh, I love that. Herb, how heavy was your standard kit? Because I'm trying to think of how heavy.
I never weighted it. Like you mean in Afghanistan?
Mm-hmm.
I would say fucking.
Shit, who died?
Busy here.
I'd say 50 plus, but probably. I never weighted it to be honest, but we had 300 rounds on us. And I had a C8, which is an M4. I had like a SIG 226, which is our pistol, with 4 mags plus one in the pistol. I had a couple of grenades. I had a gold bag with about, I would say, a couple hundred rounds in that would be attached to my leg. So if I get off the car and I'm in the black because we're under contact, then the bag will follow me and be like, oh yeah, that's right, I got a bag. So yeah, and so I had like, so we had 5.56 armor plates, but we always like the first thing you do is like you try to find yourself 7.62 because that's what the enemy has. So, and under that we had soft body armor, so we had like a double stack of armor kind of deal.
So I'd say that's around.
I'd say 50-60. Yeah.
Yeah. So then you add on top this ultra
I'm ready to fight, sir.
I don't even know what to call it. What is it? Mag bandoiler? It's like a bandoiler, except.
Yeah.
Awaiting your order.
So what would that become? Fucking. 80?
Rigging? Or
Yeah, rigging.
rigging?
What's your orders?
Yeah, but so I'm on my armor. I had my ammo pouches, and I had like 10 mags on my armor, so that would be my standard load. So, like, and I never like stopped behind a car to fucking like rebomb mags in a fight ever. So like 300 sounds like a lot, but it's not a lot. But if you do what you have to do, then it's enough to get you where you need to go and what you need to do.
Well, 300. The thing is, 300 sounds like a lot, but if you're using 30-round mags, that's only 10 magazines.
Yeah, but that's almost like what you need to. That's what I needed to do for what I had to do. That's what, how much I need.
300 rounds should get you through a full patrol, right?
Like I don't know about other teams or what other like, but us 200 rounds per guy. That's what we have, plus a go bag. So, you know, some guys would load extra mags in their go bags, but I never seen a guy ever like go into his go bags. So, for extra rounds, but I would say, you know, like you do like so.
I mean,
we have
I'm no military guy, but I figured you'd want as many magazines as you could.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You want as much as you can, but you want, and like not more than, you know what I mean? Because it's all about weight and management. Because if you're just like a pinata of fucking mag pouch, then you know you won't be able to move and do what you got to do. So
Heaven help you! You fucking dive to dodge something, and you're fucking tired, and you can't put.
Yeah, like 300 round mags, and that's the thing too. It's like in the middle of the fight, you're tired, but at least after your weight's gone, because you shot you shot about 150 rounds, because the way the tactics were made over there, and the stuff we were doing, is like if you're moving, you're not shooting, but if you're not moving, you're fucking shooting downrange. So you know what I mean, and all the guns are shooting. So like the fire exchange was like key element. So if you're not moving, you're shooting, and if you're not shooting, then either like reloading or moving. So until the enemy is either away or dead. Yeah, absolutely.
It is move and shoot, not move and aim and aim and aim and then shoot. So shoot.
Yeah.
Bro, that's how you think about like a game.
But we're shooting like semi-auto, so that's why my M4 or my N177 and recon is semi, because I'm like, it's like this, I feel like it's a small platform. I'm like, I'll put it semi because that's what we used to over there, and that's how we were using it.
Problem with recon is semis let you down a lot, especially in CPC.
Yeah, I saw your post about semi, but like, I mean, we're gonna. Recon though is obviously like a spiritual child of recon, but same with I did with my Nebula. I'm gonna fucking sit down. And
would be nice to have selector switches, so like I could just put my M14 on full auto and suppress everything, but have 0 chance to hit.
Yeah, I'm not against that.
I know the M14 had an auto mode, but wasn't it like automatic, like super fucking uncontrollable?
Yeah,
it was
absolutely.
30 cal at full auto.
With a big long ass barrel, so it would like kick the fluff out. It would just like kick up.
29, let's go.
It's like, and in the 70s, everybody was all about that hip shooting full auto in the jungle, and you dump a mag. You spray and pray, and then you just you peel back,
What's
right?
The point
so that
of
was
aiming
their
if you can't see the enemy anyway.
Yeah, exactly. That's their tactics, right? It's like if you're not moving, you're dumping a mag in the jungle.
That's something. That's something that, like, when watching recon, playing recon got me into like researching the Vietnam War, pretty like heavy, really heavy. But watching some film, like either taken by military personnel or by combat reporters, when they're having their firefights, I can't fucking see the guy. I can't see the VC. And I guess that's where the jokes of, you know, they're in the trees or they're in the grass come from. But I literally could not fucking see what they were shooting at.
Yeah, because like if you seen that BBC one where the combat reporters patrol came under fire, when they're doing
I saw that one.
That you can't see 3 feet past the trail end.
Yeah, I know exactly which one you're talking about. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you just fire
that's
where
the
you
thing,
think there's a
though.
muzzle flash.
You don't see anything past 5 meters in the jungle unless you really stick your eye into something. You may spot something.
Or something may spot you first.
Yeah, exactly. Especially the thing that's not moving.
I mean, a lot of people joke to me like, how the hell could Vietnam, the NVA Special Force, the naked guy could sneak into US base while being naked? Like, it's just super easy because it's so fucking dark at night, man. Like, you can't see anything in front of you. You can literally have like a person bump into you without you or that person realizing it. It's just a reality.
When you're out in the woods at night and you don't have a flashlight, it is very dark.
Yeah.
So it's literally just.
It's like your ears and your smell that takes over. Right? That's what I was reading in some of those books. Yeah. That's why they would do pauses every 5-10 minutes.
You realize, even the Mark V Saw guys, they rely more on the smell of the Viet Cong and, you know, the sound rather than the what you actually see in front of you. Because it's very hard to spell in the jungle because you always step on leaves and branches, you know. And you gotta make some noise. So
was that landmine?
Was that a mine or was that?
Oh, it's a pack gun. Fall back. Yeah, no,
I had the top 40. But anyway,
that's 2 men gone off the line.
Anyway, one of the tactics the Mark V Saw would use, when they know the enemy gonna chase up to them, they would set up some claymore in front of them, prepare a grenade.
Yeah.
And when they hear the sound is really close, they blast the claymore and then they just throw a grenade. It's probably gonna kill somebody.
That's the thing in Recon that we nailed pretty good. It's like in the books too. It's like grenade. Yeah, everything. Like they would frag the living fluff of the jungle and then claymore the fluff out of it and then leave.
If it moves, you throw a grenade, and a lot of things move in the jungle, so you might as well throw more grenades.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, but like, I think you were mentioning like
jungle warfare, no joke, bro. Like, it's scary. It's scary.
You guys were mentioning like how it's more reliable to you know, base any decision on like smell and hearing. To this site, it reminds me of that one special air
7-8 days without a shower, and you could probably smell someone from 100 meters away.
That's fair, but it reminded me of that one SAS sergeant in it was in doing a raid on Taliban tunnels. His pistol failed in the complete darkness, so he had to rely on hand-to-hand. He couldn't see them, but he could hear and smell them, and he had to bludgeon them to death. He wasn't real them to death with a hammer.
Man, that's gonna stick with you for a little while.
He emerged, but about half an hour later, covered in, like, completely soaked in blood, mixture of his own and the 3 Taliban he killed.
I think with spotted human can do anything, Cody Paul. Like even the Montag now, which you know is a tribe of the jungle of Vietnam, they probably can smell everything because they live in the jungle side. They were baby, so they just know the way, bro.
The Rangers were saying they could smell the fish sauce that the Vietnamese would put in their rice.
Imagine someone brought deodorant, they'd just be dead on the spot.
You know, like back in the 70s, it'd be like some Brute 33 or something, like some macho shit or some Azaro.
And the Vietnamese said they could smell the American by the smell of their cigar and the smoke.
Yeah.
That's what I was
Smoke
gonna
has a
say.
very distinct smell, I can say.
They can smell that. Because
Living in
Vietnamese,
California teaches you what smoke smells like.
Yeah,
because
Living-
usually
living-
Vietnamese doesn't have smoke, so they can pretty distinguish them. Like if you are in the jungle, I'm pretty sure you can smell the smoke quite distinctively because there's nothing in the jungle that smell like that.
Smoking
Yeah,
kills, but in a very roundabout way.
Ready to die at your
yeah.
command.
Yeah, smoking does kill.
That's why you napalm everything, so they can't tell the difference. Everything is smoking.
I think even the napalm have a different smell than the normal smoke.
Yeah,
From
'cause
somebody who is pretty good at chemistry, I will tell you they do not smell like.
Victory.
Smell like Vic.
I was gonna say, if you
Also,
live
the
in
jokes
California,
about being
learn
on the
what smoke
FBI
looks like.
watch list, I'm technically on the FBI watch list because of knowing how to make a napalm.
I know how to make Grandpa Julius's flaming hot napalm cakes. I'm not on any watch list that I know of.
I'm trying to learn how to
make
do
the
shade.
anarchist special, sticky molly.
I'm trying to learn like shaders and Lua so I can do like very satisfying napalm.
That's one thing that I've always been disappointed about in Recon: the lack of napalm and bombing and carpet bombing.
Flash would just shit a brick and go home.
That's the
Yeah, yeah.
I
let me just,
understand.
we're on a super secret recon mission. Let me just call in a B-29 Strato Fortress and level the entire map.
Hey, my guys are in this grid. Just hit everything below.
We are carpet bombing. We are bombing everything. Have a nice day and maybe find a nice hole.
That's a tough spot, man.
Anything south or north of the Prime Meridian.
It is 100% not bomb in a pickle barrel. It is 100% bomb in a 5-mile radius.
No, no. I would like you to bomb anything above the Prime Meridian.
Yo, sometimes I gotta say thanks for these guys. You know, to get panicked. Because these pins make you less likely to get hit. And because he's up front, he'll be my
Taking him
bullshit.
down. Cover me.
Oh, it's like the human sandbag wall.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone's crouched behind him. He's just full, like, arms out, T-posing at the enemy.
But picture that, it's World War II, you're panicking, you're like trying to get under the grass, and then your 3 other friends are taking cover behind you and engaging the enemy. It's like you're getting a double dose of like, hey, you're covered and we're fighting, and then but you can still catch a
Is that
round
why
for
they
us.
say never to share a foxhole with someone braver than you?
yeah, exactly right.
Reminds me of one of the memoirs from one of the soldiers on D-Day, where in order to get out of the water and onto the beach, he hid behind a corpse and just pushed it up with the tide. But he had to ditch that because 30 other people gathered behind him.
Show him being able to move up, and it's like, well, shit. I can move behind this guy. I can move behind those guys. I can move
And
behind
then they just
these
became
guys.
massive targets.
It's like
who
a
ran for
chain.
another piece of cover.
A chain of opportunists.
I was gonna say, it's like a fucking conga. Should have just started congaing up the fucking beach.
It was impressive because he was one of the 2 guys to get their flamethrower to the seawall.
Busy here. What's your orders?
One of 2 guys.
One of 2
Okay, I'm
flamethrowers in the entire first wave that managed to make it to the seawall.
Why
Every single
would
other one
you-
died.
I'll be
No.
honest, if you're assaulting a fortified beach, I feel like carrying a flamethrower is asking for death.
Well, that's
You
why
gotta-
only 2 of about 80 made it.
I mean to be fair though, carrying any kind of gun in the battlefield is asking for death, bro. Because they always aim
no,
If
no.
it looks big and scary, it's a bad idea to be holding it.
I'm gonna just be honest. In the first wave, did they not expect like how many losses? Like, was it not an expectation for how bad it was gonna be?
technically,
It
yeah.
wasn't an expectation. They thought it was
you
going to be a
wouldn't
worse
tell.
division.
I mean,
Yeah,
you wouldn't
they
tell
told
the
us-
soldier that yeah, you guys all gonna die.
Well, the thing is, they didn't directly say that, but they did send a lot of newer guys on those invasions.
The idea was that they had already flattened the beaches with bombing runs and naval artillery.
That's
and
the thing.
while
They
that worked on the
thought it
other
was clear.
beaches, they missed on Omaha.
Yeah, on Omaha, the bombings were on Omaha. The aerial bombings were too far.
3
back.
miles inland, I believe.
Yeah, then
Me,
the
it's
naval
like-
bombing wasn't
It
the
screwed
USS
over their
Texas-
supply roads, but it didn't hit any of the bunkers.
What
Yeah, I was gonna
shocks
say,
me is like the
wasn't
lack of
it,
usage of smoke screens, man. Like, because all the units that
That
made
is
it
also
through,
true.
they use the smoke from fires from the bombing. But like,
Well,
well,
That would be, for the US, that would be white phosphorus.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can't really push up through white phosphorus real well. No, but wasn't the USS Texas?
Did smoke grenades not exist yet?
no, but you could
the-
throw smoke
Yeah.
from the boats, easy mode.
The Texas got almost beached itself, just shore bombarding everything, and actually hit some Allied soldiers because wet uniforms look gray, and they just blew a few GIs off the cliffs.
Oh, same with the Rangers. They got blew up too on Point Duac there. There's like some.
To be honest, the Rangers got to Point du Hoc, it was just craters.
Hey, but do you know that it's the 29th I came to save them? He never said like they got saved, but
No one wants to admit they got saved.
and funnily enough, 101st.
Understood.
What angle that piece of to like get
Yeah,
over?
I was reading up about 101st paradrops, and some of the stories the paratroopers had are both hilarious and terrifying. One of them managed to survive landing in a town square by playing dead. Like he got kicked over by a German,
You got it.
and he just played dead, and the German walked off. Another guy, another 101st paratrooper, landed next to a Higgins boat
Listen up.
in the channel and joined an assault wave.
Oh fuck!
So that had to been like one of the final waves of the paratroopers.
I don't know which one's more terrifying actually, because
You're
it's like,
fucked,
well,
Yeah, okay, you're screwed.
Yeah,
I'm
you're fucked.
I'm not risking that.
Breaking
I've
contact.
had
Let's
my
try to
ass kicked so
regroup.
many times that you know I have to actually do some
you might get countered too at 8,000 pigs. I don't know.
Wait, what are you doing?
There was also, I believe, a paratrooper who basically fell into one of the large swamplands behind the beaches and just got dragged by his parachute in the wind
Moving out.
like a mile down a river until he cut his parachute cords, and in the process a finger off.
Everyone.
Oh,
shoot.
what?
Let's go to it.
That's the thing. The song, like the paratrooper song, is so realistic. It's not even funny.
what you're talking
Why do you
about?
think it's a song?
Glory, glory, what a hell of a way.
Yeah, you're
Glory
talking
to
about
glory, glory, what a hell of a way to die. Glory, glory, what a hell of a way to die.
The advance is
Me ain't gonna jump no more.
I don't know.
It turns out throwing a battalion of soldiers
someday.
out of airplanes and hoping they don't die with no support
Let's go.
tends to give a lot of casualties.
Well,
No, okay, I have
the
a
thing is-
request. Can it be a server event in which we just have a day where we all sing?
Yes,
old
please, let's go.
songs.
Yes.
I think it would be hilarious to record.
Just stick it in as one of like the victory themes. Just
Well-
everyone singing like what is it?
That's right.
March of the
we're-
Republic.
Wait, can that be how we fucking, can that be one of the,
The victory song. If you beat Mud and Blood's team,
It's just
it's like
everyone singing.
all the
like,
regulars like saying.
I seen him in the...
That'd be hilarious, man.
That would actually be, that'd be cool, because I mean it is a community-made game. It would be nice to,
Yeah,
you know.
absolutely.
no,
That'd be
no,
fucking
no, that's the
hilarious.
credit roll. That's the credit roll.
Yeah, just us singing "Blood on the Risers."
I don't know. You gotta fight for this, man.
It's
You
just like
gotta
we
win the
got
game
a
to
bunch
hear
of
it.
different bunch of different songs. Like you have Flanders Fields if you have like over 20,000 casualties or something dumb like that.
Yes. Yes.
Like you have a high casualty campaign that we have Flanders Fields for that.
Honestly, I like that having multiple songs based off of your performance throughout the entire campaign. I kind of like that. Now that's going to be a lot of work on Herb, but I do.
I mean, it's just money. Songs like music is the only thing I can't do.
New orders, everyone. Listen up.
So a song is $200.
No,
Like
I
a
got
quality
15. I got
song,
15
like
a month going to you. 15 every month going to you. So
Well,
it's not
actually,
gonna
if
add up.
Thank you very much,
if they
dude.
are public ownership, it wouldn't be that expensive.
Yeah, but it's crap usually. And
good
it's the person who sang it usually claims copyright on their interpretation. So unless they gave it like free, like some of the old songs, some people just do them and then give them for free, kind of deal. But like say like the title screen, the theme song of Mind and Blood, which comes in like there's like 6 variations, which you know costs like $200.
I just think it'd be hilarious if your most used weapon was the Springfield, and the end song you got when you finished the campaign was Union Dixie.
It's most likely it's gonna happen for everybody because the way things are going, you're always running recruits.
New orders, everyone. Listen up.
But it's like most kills with the starter Springfield. Usually you're out of that thing by like 3 kills.
I'm ready to fight.
Hearing that heavy thud, that fast fiery thud, that is satisfying.
What, when you hit someone?
Yeah, no, the thud, and when it's with an automatic, that is satisfying.
Oh yeah, man. So did you know that the carbine sound is actually it comes from the community?
Yeah, I have heard that some of the sound,
That
some of the
fucking
rifle
guy,
sound
like
effects-
when I listened to that video, dude, I was like, oh, it has to be in the game, man. It's so perfect.
That M1 carbine is an actual M1 carbine.
Yeah, it is actually the sound of an M1 carbine, yeah.
Yeah, a guy who owned one submitted the sound recording.
The M1
and
carbine is the
that's
best
fucking amazing.
gun.
Yeah,
The
it
best
just
gun
made the
in the
M1
20th
carbine,
century,
like,
bro.
it revived the whole fucking thing. I changed the stats because of the sound. I made it, like, more, like...
I think, like, half the guns have real, like, they're real fire sounds.
Oh, yeah, like,
Yeah.
you would fire any of these guns in the real life, and you'd be hard-pressed to find that they sound differently. Like,
I
it-
remember the first
something-
time I
I'm pretty
tried
sure-
that
I'm pretty sure
and
the-
I just felt that in my teeth.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure
yeah.
the German Italian gun is based on the real sound guns. Right?
Someone has a
Okay.
Carcano?
Yeah.
Ready to die at your command.
Yeah,
Cell
that,
forces have doubled.
Oh, it bounced!
Did your
so
guy just kick
okay.
it back?
yeah, no, that I had a question about that. Is that bouncing or is that your guys throwing it back?
No, it bounced. It bounced.
It bounces
Okay.
in a random direction.
Because I always see, whenever it bounces, it's either off of a house.
I never
Or-
seen it bouncing like that 180 degrees. So.
Oh no, that
first
happened to me. That happens to me a shit ton.
Well,
Whenever guys-
were you in a
Aimed at the
building?
foot of the guy and he just soccer kicked it.
But were you in a building
All
though?
kinds of sandbags too.
No.
Because they
In
will
the
bounce
building-
off buildings and stuff. They will bounce
Yeah,
off
no.
stuff.
When I was in a building, I would watch it bounce off the building. But this is when my guys are out in the open. I say open, but behind sandbags or in a trench or something. I'd see it go like 180, 190, 170.
Interesting. It's the first time, and I played
You know
this
what
game
would
a
be
couple
pretty
of times. You know what I mean? And then it's the first time right now I see it bouncing
I
180.
just had a thought. What if a
Oh.
grenade that explodes inside a trench
Yeah, it
does
should
not
it
deal
should
damage to anything outside it.
Yeah, so that's because it's not coded, but like if a grenade lands into a trench, it just turns everything inside into like spaghetti sauce for sure.
I was gonna say, if the grenade goes... Well, I mean, hold on. German stick grenades weren't so much focused on shrapnel like the Americans were. They were focused on just raw explosive power, right?
Yeah.
You mean they were offensive grenades?
I mean, yeah, but then if you stand in the 3 meters region, the grenade is dead
be
anyway.
extremely accurate on like the concussion and all that stuff. Like I want to make both grenades fairly similar, so like you know.
Well, no, I'm just saying, since German grenades, like you were saying, everyone gets turned into chunky soup. I don't think it'd be soup. I think it'd just be. I think it'd just get vaporized.
I don't know, man. You stand into a trench and there's a frag grenade lands into it. Will fuck you up. You're not gonna turn into a soup for sure.
I've uploaded an image that is an accurate representation of a GI after point blank grenade. Chunky salsa.
Yeah. It won't give you, but like it'll fuck you up, man. It's gonna be a bad day.
It might as well give you. You're gibbed, but you're just still all together.
Exactly. You're gib inside. Yeah, your insides are gibbed, but
You know,
you're,
it's a standard procedure for landmines to throw yourself 10 feet in the air and scatter yourself over a 10-meter wide area.
Beautiful.
this flamer guy, man. He wants them.
Is that a flame unit? Flame units have fucked me up. I don't know how
yeah.
many times.
Oh
Because
yeah,
they
baby.
don't, my guys don't
would love
see
for
them.
the
They
flames
always
to
manage to come out of fucking nowhere. Like,
Yeah,
I'll have a
Bit busy here. What's your order?
be honest with me. Do the flame units, do the flame and warfare units have like a stealth bonus to them? Because they will literally just waltz up to my guys, pop out of fucking nowhere. Even if they have a clear line of sight.
they're not. They run the same algorithm than everybody else.
Then why is it that my guys...
flaming
But the thing is, though, I never see a flame trooper coming. They always just pop out of nowhere and say, "Oh, by the way, your entire squad is dead."
That's how they have to do because they're on the defense. But one thing I did recommend a while back was to have the sound of the cartridge for the Flammenwerfer, because those are cartridge-based flamethrowers, so you just hear a loud pop as it detonated the cartridge to light the pilot light. And it'd be like that 1 second warning before your entire squad is toasted.
But
That would actually cause my fight or flight to kick in. I'm being dead serious because I heard that.
well, you
crack.
can
Oh,
hear
God.
you can hear flamers too. Like right now, they do
You
like
can
their
hear the
little pressure
sloshing of
checks.
the fuel cells.
Yeah, and they do like.
Is that what that is?
They just, yeah.
Is that what that sloshing sound is?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
that's,
can hear the
that's
tanks.
sound of doom.
I had no idea that's what the sloshing was. I was so confused when I heard that. I'm like, what the hell is that? And then usually I die to a flame. I never made the connection.
Jerry's just broke into a French wine cellar. Don't concern yourself.
Yeah, it's meant to represent the gas in the tank and stuff, like when they move around, and also if they're static, they will do like a little pressure check. So you're like, so
Yeah,
You get ample sound warning before you get toasted.
yeah, so there's sound cues, like they're not just like hanging in trees super silent.
Hey, if your guy starts burning and the other guy's down, will you still finish and that guy will survive? The burning guy?
I think
Time
so.
for science. You have a fire right next to you.
No, he's at 9,000 though.
No, it's gone. There it is. Run into the fire. Do it.
Wait, we're talking
You
about.
heard him.
With what?
I think
you're gonna be able to pull that off.
I think his other guy. I think the. Yeah, I don't know if he can keep his other guy alive.
Wow, that's quite the standoff, man. It's like.
Get him up to that med kit. Get him up to that med kit. Never mind. The Germans have the med kit.
Over there. Shoot. Oh,
Bit busy busy here. What's your orders?
Bro, I wish I could do some tack reloads, like when you do an assault.
I'll never get used to hearing my own voice.
I'm going to be so not freaked out. I'm just gonna feel weird. since I'm
Apparently,
apparently in the
MT
next
was
match.
weirded out too, but he says like he's good now.
I know, but
That's like a voice actor thing. The first time you hear your voice in a project, I remember the first time I did voice acting for a project, I couldn't listen or watch to it. Like, I still haven't listened to my first voice acting gig.
Moving.
Oh, they're all the
All right,
You got
all right, push up to that med. Okay, you're man. The med kit has a long range. Damn, I
Oh
didn't
yeah,
know that.
it's good shit.
It's
I
already
thought that-
going.
No, the med. That's the one thing I don't. Like I say, I guess I'm partial towards medics just because I inadvertently become a medic main in almost every game that I play. But the med kit,
You could
the
bum
med-
rush that.
yeah, there's
No.
much health.
This guy gets one more XP. I can use some smokes.
Yeah,
but I-
Steve, but the med kit
smokes,
though
let's
is the thing about the med kit is like it's positional. So
Move out.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I
It's-
know, but it.
All right.
Usually it's
The
on the
whole
wrong
point
side of the.
med kit is that you don't need a medic to actually just heal up chip damage. Is one of the things it is.
Yeah, medic's function is not chip damage. Like that's a good term. How I'm gonna use that. It's to stabilize dying soldiers. So it's like, okay, I fucked up, but you know I got lucky. Ooh.
I think that MG just did a buzzsaw and sawed him in half.
He did because he had over half health. He had at least 60.
I got minus 13 at the end.
That gunner just hipped it and then just swung it across that clearing
New orders, everyone.
with the trigger held down.
Are we, when we start with,
We got
barbed
new orders,
wire,
boys.
for a
Listen
guy
up.
spot, is that gonna be like an herb thing?
I started one day. I started D-Day with 2 airstrikes, both which were on my guys. They didn't fucking go over the bunker. They were both on the beach. They were allied planes. They fucking gibbed one guy on the first one. Fucking took everyone down half health.
They strafed too short.
They fucking strafed too short. They completely fucked my advance because they gibbed one guy right off the bat, and then everyone else was hurt as hell. Then they got a direct hit on everyone else.
I'm really like right from the stand game.
Fun fact, if that was a German airstrike, that'd be even better because there were only 2 German planes which made it to strafe the beaches.
Oh, so there's.
Both of them
Like,
were
were they
Omaha.
Gustav BF 109 or?
They were a pair of 109 they were Fokker wolves, and they just
Oh, wow.
flew over the beaches, strafed a few times, and then ran because of all the ack-ack. There was like 3 other German planes that made it to the beaches, and I think they were Junkers or Henkels.
Yeah, no, but I didn't even make it off the beach that run because I just got fucked up by 2 allied airstrikes.
Hey, one tiny wet figure on a beach looks the same as any other tiny wet figure on a beach.
Yeah, it's
but
their
the
first
thing
day too, just as you, man. You know, they're trying to figure shit out.
Well, unless it's a British pilot, then they've had plenty of time.
Well, we got revenge when an 8
I'm ready to fight,
ISB.
Everyone, shut your mouth.
Oh yeah. Wasn't it like during Desert Storm, the British took more casualties from American fire than enemy fire?
The Canadians got strafed by Americans in Afghanistan during one of our biggest operations since Korean War, Operation Medusa.
Contact your front.
We lost a couple of
The
boys
habit
that day.
of shooting their allies.
Yeah, it's because like their pilots are like, you know,
Pilots can't see stuff. They just see white dots on a little display. They just
yeah, they're super tired too. Like they fly like sorties and they get that little red pill and they just keep going and then make bad decisions.
Yeah, the problem with our pilots is we keep working them because Our pilots, when they're at the top of the game, they're some of the best. But the problem is we abuse the fact that they're good, and we just run
Absolutely,
them into
exactly. Yeah, they
They're
run
either
them to
being
point of
launched
failure.
from like an American territory, Europe, or an aircraft carrier, and all of those are very far from their targets usually.
Ready for anything.
Yeah, they were launching from CAF though, so that's the thing. But I mean,
Like B-52s out, it's something like
oh, okay, yeah.
like hour. They got like a 30-hour flight.
The strategic bombing is usually on the friendly fire. I don't. There's probably exceptions, but usually it's all right. It's the tactical bombing that sucks. Sometimes. I mean, I never had any complaint, man, where A10s were like top notch when I was there.
Well, with an A10, I think you'd want your pilots in A10s to be on the top of their game because that gal.
I mean, it's mostly Marine pilots in A10s.
That's true.
I don't know what they were like, to be honest, but fuck, they were on the ball, man.
The Marines are, I think, the only ones who still use the A10s. I think the Army Air Force has moved on.
The A10s are gone, I think.
No, they're still in service.
Oh, yeah?
Marines still use them. Marines still use them because they like the Burt.
They like the bird and also the fact that it's a fucking lifesaver.
God, they're amazing. Like, it's extremely fucking good at what they do.
I was talking to a friend of mine in the National Guard, and he was talking about funding, and he says the Air Force gets all the best funding, then the Navy gets all the cool stuff for like sub hunting and stuff. Then the Army and Marines get the hand-me-downs. Then the National Guard get the hand-me-downs from the hand-me-downs, and the Coast Guard get 1917 Browning water cools because they're on the water.
Shit, I wish we had.
Why do we have a
A10s in
Vickers gun
Canada.
from World War I? We're surrounded by water, private. Figure it out. Anyway, I gotta go, so don't die.
As soon as you say that, as soon as you fucking say that.
Oh yeah, the curse of Gygax, man. You can't see the
I know full well what curses I have inflicted upon you. Do you think it was an accident?
It would be wise, Gandalf.
You should have flown when you had the chance. Alright, see you guys later.
Cheers, bud.
Alright, Sam.
How could hear? Maybe I just had a whole conversation. I'm busy. Fuck this game.
Like, playing light infantry is not supposed to be that easy anymore, my man. So I bid you the best of luck. But the game will now engage full hatred mode.
I think they're still good with the violence of action cards with the double damage, and I think those results.
Awaiting your order.
Peace, I think they'll succeed. So
Ready to die at your command.
yeah, right now what it seems is that
I'm
I don't know,
ready to
maybe
fight,
it's like
sir.
a lot more accurate.
You got orders? What are they?
You can get their hits a lot more.
Ready to die at your command.
Are you running violence of action on this?
No, what it feels like, I fight against each of them.
Okay, sir.
That's what it feels
Moving
like.
out. I'm ready to fight, sir.
Oh, Herb, I had a question about battlefield conditions.
40 seconds.
Yeah, but
Purple hearts everywhere.
So one time when I was doing D-Day, I got both a tank support and a 50 cal Jeep support. Neither of which showed up. I don't know if that's because
yeah, I kind of turned them off on the beach because they did not look pretty. So, but because there's like tank traps and shit like that, and I got a code like dragon tooth, and tank traps. What they gonna do on vehicles? So I think I made an exception where they won't spawn on the beach. But you got a good point. It's like one of those small things that I forget about. And I was like, oh, I'll turn that off for now, kind of deal, and then. But
yeah,
you got a
make sure
point.
that just make sure that just make sure that those two specific battlefield conditions don't happen on Omaha.
Yeah, I want all the conditions to happen everywhere ultimately, but you're right. Like if they're not being used, because it's kind of a heartbreaker. You're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna, I'm gonna, I'm gonna smoke that beach, and then you show up, there's no vehicles. Like shit, come on, really?
No, that's exactly what my first thought was. Like, oh hell yeah, I'll finally be able to get. I'll finally not lose a guy at the bunker, or I'll finally be able to get,
Yeah,
like two, 3 screens in and still have all my guys unscathed because I'll have a 50 support and a tank support.
yeah. And the Jeep
But
works
no.
pretty fucking good. Like,
Yeah,
it's hard to get a spec ops guy to third tier skill, but in my testing, I really like the Jeep, man, because it's like
But you
it
said
gives
spec ops.
people.
I thought it was the gunner that was calling it Jeeps.
No, it's different now. The gunner is like extremely good as it is right now, like just being the gunner. So his skills
Yeah.
are, I would say, admittedly, slightly underwhelming currently.
Okay, well they're still deploying, which I think works the exact same as it did in Mono Blood 3.
Yeah, but I gotta do a whole rejig of the gunner, which I'm not there yet, but like pretty much like what's gonna happen with the the bipod is kind of gonna get rid of the bulk penalty for engagement time. So you pretty much, if your guy is on his bipod, he's gonna do his actions every like 2, 3, 4 seconds, but if he sees an enemy, he's gonna fire like way more quickly. So,
I was gonna say, I think I'm trying to remember what I saw, and obviously you know the stats a lot better than I do, but isn't it like he reacts no, that is the second ability of the officer.
yeah, Overwatch, I think. So, but like as I say, don't worry too much about the skills of the gunner right now, because I'm gonna need to sit down and redo them. But I'll talk to you guys when I do it. But yeah, because it's the gunner technically, like it's a tricky class because you can make this guy too powerful. But it is powerful, but it is not. It's a maneuvering tool, I mean, it's not a killing tool.
Unlike like I said in Mud and Blood 3, I'd always have 2 gunners just because I could send 2 different fire teams on wherever I needed.
Yeah.
And if I put those, if I was lucky enough to have some sort of central cover or concealment, I could just put both gunners there.
Oh yeah, you get 2 killing zones kind of deal.
Yeah, and the thing is, they would also help each other reload faster.
Nice, yeah. So I gotta put that in Steam too, like the reloading. And yeah, so like Gunner is my first unlock when I play this game. That's the first guy that I'm unlocking. I find them extremely reliable for my playstyle, anyways.
Gunners, I find, aren't as when I do upgrade them, or when I do rank them up, private, corporal, sergeant, they're okay.
It's the gun, man. I go for the gun all the time, like, because if you can get to the Bren or even the M1917, it's now like you're dominating the field as far as like fire exchange.
I was gonna say, because you're hitting hard, you're hitting fast, and you're doing that for a long time.
Yeah, exactly. You can hold that trigger for a little while.
Yeah, in Mud and Blood 3, I switched from getting weapons and abilities first. I eventually figured out, after a year of playing.
Some classes are different.
I eventually learned how to play, quote unquote, correctly, or at least effectively, to where I wasn't fucking dying every time.
Yeah.
But with gunners, I'd always go, because the Vickers machine gun, it was okay. I really fucking love the sound of it. I love how heavy and chunky it sounds. But I'd always. Oh fuck!
You must be close to the end. Yeah. It's the 10-yard line, baby. The 10-yard line.
He's literally 1 screen away from the line.
Fuck, man.
Yeah, you're fucking pinned behind like one specific pixel.
At least your riflemen are fairly competent. Fuck, man, it's a tough fight.
Something I was thinking about, obviously, you know, it's just like I guess a passing thought. When you reach this quote-unquote 10-yard line, some sort of music would kick in, and I say music, but it'd be more like marching, like a drum line sort of thing.
There is a drum line when you like close to the end. Do you hear it?
No, because I'm gonna be dead honest, I have not fucking made it that far yet. I told you how, or you saw the post where I was 2 screens away and my medic and Sig just decided to kill themselves, right?
So you having a hard time finishing the beach kind of deal?
I guess it's just because I'm not used to this version of Mud and Blood, but yeah, no, I am having a hell of a time trying to get past
good.
Omaha.
That's good. I like it.
And you're lucky that I fucking love this game. Otherwise, I would have just given up like a long time ago.
Yeah, this is the Dark Soul of Mud and Blood. Like, there's no doubt about it.
That's fucking accurate. I say Dark Souls and Mud and Blood. I like that analogy. Oh fuck! You just lost him immediately.
Yeah. As far as we go, Chow is probably the best player in the world of this game currently. I think so, man. You used to be empty. It's because you ran a light rifleman squad, and that's why you got smoked.
No, I got smoked in the finals. Well, I mean, I'm not trying to be.
No, yeah, you play. I can see that you're playing for fun and stuff. But yeah.
I just want to like prove points sometimes.
But Yasti, man, like if you oh shit, okay, you're still there. Yeah, if you want some tips and everything, like we can watch you play if you want one day, and we'll check out what you do and stuff and see what's happening.
All right, I think my shitty HP Pavilion laptop can.
Oh, okay, that's fine then. That's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, if I can fucking stream TF2, then I can probably stream up. Yeah, no, I could definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. If you run TF, because like look at Chow right now, he's running at 40 FPS.
I'd be running about 40 is actually about. I'd say right now I'd be running like 40 to 30. Nah, more around 30.
Yeah, that's that bounce. Oh yeah, it's the fucking bounce, man. What's up with that?
I always dead ass wondered if it was a bounce or if guys throwing it back, because whenever
no, it's a bounce, but I think it's resolved in 2.2. Like I changed some shit because I haven't seen that yet in my testings.
You know, every time a grenade. Now go ahead.
I can't hear you, Chow, but it seems that it's an important question. What are you saying?
If it's counting if the soldiers themselves are counting as a collision hit, and that's why it's quote unquote bouncing off of them.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not. The soldiers are not. It's not bouncing off the soldiers.
I know. I thought it was programmed. I thought you had made it so that like soldiers could kick back or throw back grenades.
I kind of want to do that, but it wouldn't be like privates. It'd be like corporals and up kind of deal.
Well, and that and the grenade also has to be directly on them.
Yeah, exactly.
It can't be like it's like
You got orders? What are they?
let's say it wouldn't be anywhere outside of like 20 pixels outside of the model.
Yeah, about 30 bits, 20, yeah, exactly. Outside of kick range.
Yeah, that would be kick. Obviously, directly on them, that'd be a throw. But outside like 20 or 30 pixels, that grenade's gonna go off, and they're gonna get hit with all of it.
Let's go.
I want grenades to also like deflect when they hit the tree sometimes.
Well, how did that guy get back there?
Probably got
Head to a
hidden.
hugger. Usually they like the hugger. And then when they realize
Wait till I program the what are they, the hunters, like the light infantry? How they call them, the
The Jaegers?
yeah, something like that.
Well, Jaeger means hunter, I think.
Yeah. So okay. Jaeger.
Awaiting your orders.
they're not going for
Oh, sure.
this guy will get.
I just remembered other lines I need to record. I need to record stabilization lines, like when medics are talking to.
Yes, it's a pain. Not Panzer Jaeger, because that's fully equipped. There'll be.
Yeah, who else is up?
Light Infantry Division and
Loud and clear.
so Jaeger Regimenter. So pretty much these guys, what they're gonna have, like they have like different suits, and what they're gonna do is they're gonna hug the rear of your lines. They're gonna engage you, but as soon as you turn around to fire at them, they're gonna retreat like 200, 300 pixels. They're gonna chill for a little bit. So they're gonna be a real pain in the butt.
How
It's
often?
gonna be
Like,
amazing.
I like that idea, but is there like, are they just gonna constantly be there? Or is there certain conditions, like if you're just not moving fast enough?
It's probably like they're gonna be called by, like when the guys are using the radios, the Germans.
I haven't seen a German radio officer yet.
So it's a very distinctive sound, and so pretty much like I want these guys to call like really funky stuff, like like that mine that moves by itself and stuff like that. So that's because currently they just call up like more dudes or like Aftrax and.
Chow, you're missing the guy.
Yeah, he's right there.
Is he engaging or is it another? No, it's another guy engaging.
Ready to fight, sir.
Brandon Burgers make a turn. I don't know, maybe class again.
Point me towards danger, sir.
You're gonna answer this question. I haven't get it yet.
29. Let's go. Yes, sir.
What was my question?
Not talking about cauliflower, not question about it. Brandon.
Oh shit, he has a question.
I'm ready to fight, sir.
Who has a question?
Yeah, he's over
Will Brandon Burgers make a return?
Oh, with Brandon like I mean, there's not on the short term, but yeah, like all the special units will get back in there for sure, and more, right? Because even because the Jaegers are not even like in Money and Blood 3 or 2. So, but like for now, like what happened is like some people like say, oh, there's not much variety in troops. I'm like, hey man, like the amount of different items and skills and classes and weaponry that all the Germans can have, like,
Let's go.
just like that's where the variety is right now. Not in the model. So.
Don't let him fool you. He's just keeping them in his back pocket so he can counter cheese later on.
That's right.
Keep some aces up his sleeves.
The War March right now is pretty good at counter cheese, and I
mean, this simple counterattack counters 90% of the cheese from button.
Oh, absolutely, man. I was so upset about that cheese. I'm like, oh, the fuck can you guys call yourself real gamers and do these things?
What was it that they were doing?
Guys were just hanging behind a rock and heal their dudes with a medic, or like they would like do the sniper cheese. They would just like be like limit off limit with a scout and just engage like the enemy out of their own engagement range and just like pick one guys at the time.
So in the original Mud and Blood 3, the best strategy was get a signaler, get all the support calls that the signaler can do, and just literally just roll artillery, CAS, bomb strikes
Yo, how do I
across
cancel?
the map.
I'm okay with that though.
How do I cancel that?
What you want to cancel? Oh, you can't, bro. Cut the game.
No,
No, but it's fine. It's gonna save. It's gonna
I
save.
know,
It
but
saves automatically.
I don't like even this possible. What is he? Wait, no, that's a smoke screen. Let's talk about.
Oh, hey, bug report. By the way, I don't know if I mentioned it before, I forgot, but Willie Pete and Smoke,
The
little
message is
pop-up.
the same.
Yeah, the message is
Yeah.
reversed.
Oh yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me take it out right now. That's something that gets fixed pretty easy.
I don't know if I made the report or if it was one of those things where it's like, I need to write that down and then something else happens.
So basically, in Mud and Blood 3, you were saying they would just use excessive support options just to bomb the ever-living shit out of the map.
Yes. Support option, sniper, anything that had more range than the enemy, and you literally just roll that across. You roll that across the map until you get to the end. What this version of Mud and Blood does to specifically counter that is there's the counterattack system, where if you're sitting down for anywhere from 30 seconds to 2 minutes, the Germans realize you stop pushing and will immediately charge your position.
Trust me, I found out the hard way when I was trying to let one of my medics, let my 2 medics heal my guys up to make a push on a fortified house. And by fortified house, I got unlucky enough to have a sandbag right in front of a house where there were 2 layers of cover. I wanted my 2 medics to heal everyone up. That didn't fucking happen.
You get about 10 HP per 1,000 pixels on average. And that's because you have to keep moving forward to keep the keep the momentum. Quote unquote cheese, not really cheese, but kind of cheese. The general rule of thumb is if you and the enemy are firing at each other, semi-sustained, there won't be a counterattack.
That's correct.
So
I don't think that's
If you're
cheese.
effectively engaging the enemy, then they won't counterattack you. So there's nothing that prevents you to have 3 shooters engaging the enemy. It's semi-effective, but it's actually, a sustained fire. But like at least it gives you time to heal your guy back, right? So sometimes you don't need to rush into like the thick of the fight. You can have like a slower fight. But,
Okay, yeah,
you
so
still
that
have
I figured that out on my own.
And that's where the gunner really shines, because especially when you have the 30 cal, and you just have 100+ rounds of hatred.
It's not hatred, it's freedom seeds. You're planting freedom seeds.
It's hangry bees.
Please.
Oh yes, come on!
Fucking run, just keep them selected, Hell yeah, hell fucking yeah.
Oh look, you're almost done with heteros.
And now it's... Wait, how many
So-
days behind are you?
So, in the original Mud and Blood 3, I would have the Kyoto ribbon at about hedgerows day 2. Because fuck
Okay,
the
let's
trees.
just slam all the trees.
Because fuck the trees.
Oh, like a
rip.
pack right away.
Oh
and
look,
start.
look! You got your officer.
Okay.
Fucking bum rush that pack just so the crew gets off of it.
No, if you do that, we'll get flamed. That can happen.
Okay, send one guy to rush it, and just, he's quote-unquote, he's been voluntold to be expendable.
No.
Gee. Rush B, rush B.
Rush B.
Yeah, just rush B. That's all you have to do is rush B. I'm sorry. Let's do a period correct. Rush Baker.
I go pray to already do that.
If it was Lance, he would retreat right now.
Seriously?
Lancification. So there is a term. It is called lancification.
Yeah, Lancification.
You got 2 packets. Oh my god. You got
So,
2 of them.
Iron Wall, though, battle condition. I think
Man,
you got the.
Oh fuck.
Go ahead and retreat. Alright.
Yeah.
So, that's one of the few times I would actually properly advise retreating, because you know, when they're flaming soldiers and you just run back and retreat once they get downed, you get them back.
Oh my god, man. You can they throw everything but the kitchen sink at you, man.
No, but well, there's probably a house nearby which they're gonna rip the sink out of in a bit.
That should be an Easter egg, man. You know what I mean?
Listen.
Just
Listen.
kitchen sink.
It's going to be
Oh my God.
so that's going to be like your apple pie ribbon. It's going to be the 1 in 1 million chance that one of the equipment slots on a German is going to be a kitchen sink, and they'll throw it, and it does like 15 direct damage to whatever it hits.
Yeah, whatever it hits, man. Bing.
I kind of want to do voice lines for that now. When like as a U.S. soldier, like what the fuck is a sink doing here?
No.
It's true. The kitchen sink.
No. The Germans are throwing everything in the kitchen sink at us.
That would be hilarious, man.
That actually would be because we have because the
If
phrase
you can
they're
do
throwing
it,
everything.
yes, if you can do it, yes, I'll do it. But you may never hear it. But so you're probably gonna see it on a YouTube video 2 years down the road.
Actually, that's what you do is you have just like all the unused voice lines, just have them occasionally be just like a random chance to trigger for no
Oh, it's
good
what's
reason.
happening right now, man. The second chess one is like you get one chance out what 1,000. That's it. It happened only once since I started playing this game. But I heard it, and I did the seizure line too for yes. It's like, oh, fucking jam!
I can't even remember what I was trying to say, but I'm like, I was like, damn it, I want to salvage this, so I just said fucking jam at the end of it, but I have no idea what I was gonna try and say.
It sounds so real, and so I was like, I guess got to be in the game, man.
I'm trying to think of a kitchen sink line, like, shit, these Krauts are throwing everything but the kitchen, never mind, they threw the kitchen sink at us.
So Chow, here's the issue. You don't have 3 crates as your special build, as your commander skills. You don't have 3 crates as your commander skills. So, to be honest, the best commander skill for a run, the first like 2 commander skills, the best ones to get are the crates, because they have the longest return, or they have the best returns over a long playthrough versus anything else.
If you don't have high attrition, that's for sure.
Absolutely, but I mean, once you start getting towards the super soldier stuff, you're going to start, you know, pampering that soldier, keep him out of the distance. Have you looked? I have noticed that occasionally with the gunner, if he gets enough binoculars, his range seems to increase. This may just be circumstantial evidence, but
the gunner, like I slightly buffed the range of the gunner every patch so it matches everybody else, but somehow like the target switching seems to hamper the range, so It's just currently we're in the black magic right now. We're navigating into black magic coding.
Okay.
As far as the gunner goes, I could scratch the function, but it works pretty well. So I don't want to do that, and I don't have time to rewrite that. So I'm like, okay, so I'm just gonna buff the gunner's range a little bit. It's a bit of a patch fix, like it's really ugly, but until he gets to where we are, and I think I'm pretty close right now because you have noticed, right? Like the gunner is better, right? The range is better lately, right?
Yeah, the gunner is good at keeping things really far away suppressed. Even if he can't hit them, they're at least, keeping head down and not shooting at us.
I mean, to be honest, that's legitimately the entire point of a gunner.
Yeah.
It's not meant to mow them down, it's meant to keep them down.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, depends on which one you're using. If you're using the bar, yes, it is meant to get up close and mow them down. If you're using the
19,
30 cal,
17,
yeah, if you're using the 30 cal, your job is see that thing way over there. I want it suppressed for at least 2 minutes.
And all his friends.
I want that thing and all of its friends suppressed for the next 2.5 minutes.
Stop it! Stop it!
That would be an interesting thing. Is like have the ability based on skill for the gunner to not have to stop its shooting. Only with the caveat that if they shoot for too long, their barrel gets hot and they just can't shoot for like 30 seconds.
It's fine. Then we walk into like the area of barrel change and all that jazz.
Oh, fuck! He just got. Well, yeah. Another thing is what happens if you got your gunner. What happens if you're in the middle of a heavy firefight and your gunner is doing some serious work? Like, yeah, that'd be realistic, but at the same time, I feel like if you got in the shit, you could lose a lot more engagements that you otherwise could have won.
And it's nothing more satisfying in Mud and Blood having a gunner just fucking taping it. You know what I mean? It's just so satisfying. So I support like full long burst of gunners. We don't have much joy, in the battlefield, so we gotta keep the little we have.
One thing I've noticed in Mud and Blood Steam versus Mud and Blood 3, you progress, and Chow's been doing a very good job at demonstrating this, kind of unintentionally. But you're finishing each map or each battlefield with just one guy. Like, I'd be hard pressed once I started figuring out what I was doing in Mud and Blood 3. I'd be hard pressed not to finish, several days ahead with all of my guys.
So that's the thing, though, is we have a wide variety of skill with the testers. I don't know if I still have the save file. I have a save file of, if I still have it, of D-Day soldiers in St. Lo.
How do you do that? How do you follow that? That's actually impressive.
A lot of sweat and tears.
Two things. Very, very carefully, and save scum.
Save scumming. So dirty.
I was gonna say, that'd be more impressive. Like, yeah, I can understand why it'd still be hard with save scumming, because you could just get fucked over, like, 17 times in a row, but that'd be more impressive if it wasn't done with save scumming.
So, the thing is, though, when it comes down to it, you don't have to save scum that often to be able to do that. At this point, I feel like I could do it without save scumming. It would just be, a 2-week process of dealing with that. So,
shit ton of blood, sweat, and tears. Oh, that's a pack. That's a fucking pack. Rush it.
And he's turning too.
Rush
Sometimes
it.
they just chill, but not this one.
Fucking rush it so the crew gets off.
No, I'm not getting flipped. I'm not going to
You don't want to get flamed.
There ain't no flame. A flame trooper would have happened by now. Oh.
See, look at that. That's clean. I have more.
Flame
In one of
Trooper
his
would've hit you by
videos, he's
now.
rushing a pack, and the guy just jumps off the cannon and has a flamethrower on his back. It just
Oh yeah,
smokes
that's like
everyone.
this video. The guy one?
Can that Wait, can that happen?
Yes.
Oh hell yes, it can.
That's one of the
So,
first-
so long story short, what happened was there was this guy with a flamethrower running up to go push the, U.S. lines, and this guy lugging the pack gun all by himself said, "You come here, help me."
Yeah, it's like you just hand me the shells back there, you know.
Hey, we gotta push this thing over. We gotta push
Yeah.
this thing into position.
I think this message.
Listen,
Praise
listen.
RNG
I need this pack gun to take out
Oh,
this.
G43
fortification.
G42. Just as bad. Oh my god, this is fucking heartbreaking.
So basically, a flamethrower got on with the pack. He jumped off when they got rushed and just flamed the shit out of him.
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
Try without.
I don't know the exact bulk of the flamethrower, but it is extremely low because the reaction time with the flamethrower is so quick.
That's what it feels like. It feels like.
Yeah, you're pretty much holding like a vacuum
well-
cleaner rod in your hand, right?
Listen.
The weapon is light. The pack is heavy, but so the guy's not moving fast, but he's
You're holding a water hose.
yeah, pretty much. So,
Well, it's not a water hose; it's a fire hose. Same thing.
yes, exactly.
Well, I mean, a fire hose is a water hose, but
But the weight's comparable. Semantics there. An element hose, you know, one of those elements.
it's a diesel hose.
I was gonna say it's a fluid hose.
Man, you're. Hey, Chow, is 2.1 harder?
Yeah, it feels hard.
How much percent harder? You think?
I mean, actually,
How much? I have a hard time hearing you, but
Previously, I would after at least one day, but that was like before we had like 3 sectors lost. I mean, 3 attempts in 1 sector that you
fight,
lost
sir.
in 1 day.
Okay. Moving up.
Alright, it looks
Wait, so how does losing days happen now?
like
Yeah.
lots of
Orders. What are they?
So you have 2 attempts per map, or not per map. You have 2 attempts per day to take the field. Taking the field progresses the
Ready to fight, sir.
objective by 1 day.
Alex, I'm gonna stop you right there. It stopped as the last version, but it's not like it. I simplified everything. So pretty much now is like every time you lose a day. Okay, but if
So it's
you
like
on your first attempt, if you got it on your first attempt, there is 100% chance minus the amount of days that you have already in advance times 10 that you get another extra day. You know what I mean? So if you got 5 days in advance and you win the map on your first attempt, you got 50% chance to get an extra day. If you got 10 days in advance and you win the map on your first attempt, you got 0 chances to get an extra day.
Get them into melee. Get them into melee. They
No, I'm not
won't.
trusting that. I'm not trusting melee.
Hey, get up here. We got coffee.
Melee's hard, man. Like that boosts the
Listen.
Germans on melee.
Listen, he only has 15 combat. Get in melee.
Oh yeah.
No, or like increase your
Attack. Let's try to regroup.
All right. Let's go.
I'm able to. I'm like back screen with
You got it.
I don't know.
Do you understand, Yasti, the days in advance and all that stuff? Do you get it?
It was kind of interrupted, but basically it's like One Blood 3 where if you lose the battlefield, if you
Moving out.
if you lose that day, you get sent behind a day, but how it differs is if you on your first attempt, if you get it,
I'm ready.
let's say
Yeah,
you're
but-
0 days ahead, you win the battlefield on your first attempt, that gives you an extra day ahead, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And then
So
on
if you're
the
like
second
6
day,
days
it's like
behind, you're for sure getting 2 days that day, because you're like 160% chance to get it. But if you're like 5 days ahead, then now you're like 50%. If you're 6 days ahead, you get 40%. 7 days, only 30%. 8 days,
so the
only
max
20%.
you can. So the max you can be is 10 days ahead.
That's right.
Actually, I think it would be 11 days.
Yeah, I was gonna say because you. Well, no,
Well, if you-
because if you're only going by if you're only going by solid increments of 1, then it would only once you hit 9, it would then become 10%, and then or would it be? It would be 10 or 5%, and then once you got that, it would go to 10, and then you would get 0%. So the max you can be is 10 days ahead.
That's the intent, anyways. So maybe on the super lucky dice roll, you get 100%, and then it equals, I don't know, maybe, but that'd be a mistake at this point.
So you
But
can't. So you
days in
can't
advance.
do.
Oh, flamer. Sorry.
Long story short, Herb doesn't want you to be in Berlin June 6th, 1944.
Imagine if someone fucking did that. I'd actually fucking lose it if someone managed to do that.
Speed run, Mud and Bloodstein, man, and can you get to Berlin in June?
New orders, everyone.
Fucking imagine if someone actually, like, once the game was out, imagine if someone actually managed to beat all of, like, basically speedrun Mud and Bloodstein within the month of June.
Look at you, hero. You just got.
That's 333 maps in less than 24 days.
So, unfortunately, due to how the percentages works, you can only ever be 10, 11 days ahead.
Well,
Okay, sir. Moving out.
yes, currently, anyways, but like days ahead,
Let's go.
because the game is hard enough. So like I put a hard limit because the game was easier at one point, it was harder, and then it back and forth. But anyways, so maybe I'll remove the buffer because speedrunning is fun. Like, I know there's guys out there that really fucking dig this stuff, and I understand that, and I wanna.
Dude, going all spec ops, so you got fastest movement speed and just fucking booking it once.
Yeah.
In Mud and Blood 3, that was in Mud and Blood 3, getting all spec ops and having them book it. You get XP 1 from just pushing up real fast, getting that XP bonus. But then also you got a Sten gun, which at close range is really fucking good. You'd have maxed out spec up guys, all of them gang up on, or hell, you could just get 2 of them on one guy. They'd fucking take care of it hand in hand.
Yeah.
So,
I remember, I think that was how I got 13 days ahead one time, was just with a full line of spec ops.
what's the hedgerows with honor? Isn't it like 10 days ahead or 5 days ahead?
Let me read it here. 8 days.
So it's ribbons like that make the hard limit kind of or make the chance limit like that just feel off, because
See, I was thinking you were saying that's what like the hard limits actually makes the ribbons actually worth it, because
well,
you could be just a fucking cheese master and then stack 28 days in advance, and you just got like all stacking all those ribbons with honor.
It's a pushing, it's a give and take right there, because on one hand you could be at 5 days ahead and you just roll tails 10 days or 10 times in a row, or you could be going through it and running heads all day every day and getting 100 days ahead. So it's one of those things where
I get it.
it really depends on which side you're on, because if you're on the side of I have 5 days left of hedgerows and I am 3 days ahead, if luck is not with me, I will not get the ribbon.
Technically, though, but statistically speaking, if you're doing like hedgerows and you're not losing any map, you're gonna, statistically speaking, there's a hard ass chance you're gonna get with honor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because then it's 10% chance, and you're gonna do it. Like say you fluff around and you only your 10 days at the end. So you're rolling a 100-sided dice every time, and you gotta get under 10. And I say you roll that 10 times. To me, as a algorithm maker, that's satisfactory. But like, I get what you're saying though, because you, as a completionist, you'd be like, you know, I want hard facts, motherfucker. I want to know that if I do this, I will be rewarded that, you know. So I kind of get it, and I'll be open for discussions. That would mean that St. Louis is at 8 days ahead too. So so your goal is to, by the end of Ore Valley, you want to have like that. At the end of Hedgerow, you want to have like that +8, 10 kind of like days ahead.
So it's one of those things where once you get on the roll, you can stay on the roll. It's one of those things where you have a bad map and you're no longer on that roll.
Yeah, you fall behind.
It could take you know, the rest of the campaign to start making, you know, up time.
Yeah, I understand.
And like, it makes sense as an achievement on one point of the achievement, but it also just, you know, pain in the ass on the other hand. So it's one of those things where it's like, just see where everyone's at after, you know, how many people get the shit under the stick.
Yeah, we'll see if people like are really giving that an honest try and they're just getting smoked by bad luck. It's just not fun, and we'll change it. Because ribbons are triggered for completionists, and I know for a fact that completionists, they don't like to roll dices. Yeah, exactly. So if I'm putting a mechanic that is targeted to a certain audience, that, you know, to satisfy that audience, then I want that to be fulfilling, obviously, right? So you have a valid point.
Now, there is the other hand of it, where you have ribbons like the I Like Pie ribbon, which do nothing for the game except show that you've rolled a lot of dice and succeeded.
Yeah, you rolled a million-sided dice, and then you rolled one on it.
Yeah, and that's one of those times where it's like, it does nothing for the account except shows prestige.
Yeah, it's like it's the cow level, you know. Kind of.
Well, I don't know. The cow level actually gives you a lot of experiences. Really, really nice.
It's Diablo 1 though.
You know, it was just a meme, pretty much.
Moo.
On Diablo 2, that it's not a meme though. There's like some good loot.
Moo.
I'm gonna say you need to fucking move. You're just sitting out in the open.
So I want a cow level in Mud and Blood 3. And then it's gonna be like a submarine pen, I think. And it'll be like in Brest kind of deal.
Well, the problem is you were sitting where your guys couldn't hit them. Your guys could be hit.
Your issue is you don't have enough explosives to get rid of their cover.
That too.
So,
Some work.
yeah. That was the one thing I found in the classic mode, is the value of 1 or 2 TP to remove a tree. Like,
with precision strike.
yeah, like 3 TP to remove a tree is like, you don't see, you look at it and go, that is not valuable at all, until you realize that anything coming through the tree normally gets the first shot at you. But if the tree is not there, you tend to be able to get the first shot on whatever's coming in range.
Yeah, range is usually a lie if you defend, for sure. Unless you get a really low bulk, kind of like. But then you playing with fire because they will overrun you at one point. Are you able to pull like 100 waves without cheesing the cluster?
So around 70-80 is my average on.
Do you play like a regular human, or you play like with a fedora on and anime music, and then you do the cheese stuff?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. With the nerf to the amount of with the TP incremental, I can't, you know, just bring in like 5, 10, you know, M5 artillery pieces, and they just stay on the field forever. One thing I did notice, the cost is not incremental. You just have to have the incremental TP, and it'll still cost, say, so for example, the Sherman costs 10 TP. If you buy a Sherman, that's 10 TP. To buy the second Sherman, you have to have 20 TP, but it still only costs 10 TP.
Oh yeah, you told me that. I think I changed it. Let me see.
I think my first game of Classic was actually my best game, mainly because I got a house fairly far up, and I had a complete open area, so there was nothing for anyone to hide behind. I got up to wave like 73, I want to say.
One of the cheeses I'm working on trying to see how well it works is because bunkers block or quasi-block line of sight. If you put 2 bunkers next to each other, you can sit your guys in the rear bunker, and if you're running SMGs and, you know, low bulk stuff, if someone walks into that bunker, you're going to be able to get, you know, suppressing fire really well on them. That strategy gets me to about if I set it up right, it can get me to about wave 60, 65. If I don't have the time to set it up, it just, like most things where you don't set up in time, you just lose your thing at like wave like 20. So far, at the moment, the scout, along with, scout with binos and vehicles, are currently the best thing in, in classic mode. The second tier for me is going to be the Airburst and Willie Pete.
You got orders? What are they?
Willie Pete is really effective. If you are able to get it to be able to place it every, 5 waves, it can, depending on the placement of it, it can make or break a run. Most of my past 100 wave runs, which are like, at this point I get like 4 out of every 20 or 30 of them. Most of my past 100 wave runs are because a properly placed Willie Pete can stop 5+ waves, and then you just keep every 5 waves on cooldown. You do Willie Pete. The issue is because Willie Pete is inconsistent. You really are just rolling dice.
Well, why do it yourself when you could be like me, where you get 2 fucking orange smokes, and everyone fucking non-stop Willie Pete from the Germans? They just fucking kill themselves.
Oh, by the way, orange smoke is the new west.
Is what?
Orange smoke is?
Orange smoke is the Willie Pete, right?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Orange smoke is the new west.
Yep. Except
throw
it's
orange-
never fucking funnily enough, German white phosphorus has never fucked me over. It's only fucked themselves over.
Like I said, it's the new Wesp. If you've ever played Mud and Blood 2, the Wesp wave is your most favorite wave because you no longer have to worry about what you're going to do with the enemy. The enemy will take care of them yourself or themselves.
I have never gotten a Wesp Blitz wave in all my time playing Mud and Blood 2, which is
The thing is, like, sometimes they toss and they will repeat your bunker pretty good, though.
Well,
again, I've never been... Like, the house where that child just came out of, that was where I got... In a house like that is where I got up to wave, like, 73, 83 on my first ever game of...
Wow, that's... Like, I never got over 50, ever.
Yeah, no, my guy... Now, granted, I had to keep replacing my guy. Well, I only started replacing my guys once I got up to like round 70. But my guys were just holding strong. And partly, in fact, was because the Germans kept fucking them. Because a lot of times the smoke grenades and normal grenades would just bounce off of the house. So they'd have their white phosphorus grenades, or white phosphorus markers, excuse me, come back onto themselves, and they just keep themselves at bay, and I didn't have to do anything. They just light themselves on fire.
I think I can start working on other strategies in the moment we get like palisades and stuff like that to just block cover.
Yeah, Palisade's gonna come in, and also I wanna, because right now the AI is entirely stupid to Willipede, but the AI already has the function to see what's in front of him and then navigate around it, because it does it when he wants to flank and stuff. So I'm gonna implement this with the Willipede, but usually I do AI stuff when I'm not crunching, which I am crunching right now. So because I take my time and I really enjoy it. So it's a work of love. But, that's for later. So now the AI is a bit done with the Willipede, so enjoy it while it lasts.
Oh no! So I can't have the enemies do the work for me now, can I?
Well, it's gonna for a little while.
So when are we gonna have scouts, NGs, and sappers shooting grenades out of the air with a shotgun?
Listen up.
You know, like the one, you know, high combat 1 in 1,000 chance.
That'd be funny.
Wasn't that when the model the model 1897, wasn't that one of the things that was advertised was, oh, these guys can shoot grenades out of the air with it?
So the thing with that is, it only has to happen once. Like, just like kicking a grenade out of the way, or batting a grenade out of the way with the butt of your rifle or whatnot, it only has to happen once for it to become a legend.
I'm all about rarity though, so that's good stuff. But like shooting grenade in the air, I don't know. But
because it's one of those things where the likelihood of you doing it is fairly low. But if you're holding a shotgun in your hands and there's a grenade flying at you, are you not going to attempt to take the shot?
Is that a mine inside the house? No, that's a German inside the house. I thought that was a mine for some reason.
There's mines inside houses though.
They're normally so the mines in the houses are normally behind crooked picture frames. You just gotta be careful for that.
Also, I like the fact that I can actually see the mines now instead of just, oh fuck, there went a guy, and now my guys are screaming, we're stuck in a damn minefield, and now I'm like, okay, well, this one's gone.
Yeah, so no, minefields worked like a charm in this game, man.
So
it really slows you down.
One of my worst runs in Mud and Blood 3 was I got hit with a minefield right as I left the starting line. Like, I send my guys up in a straight line, immediately a fucking mine hit the middle and got everyone down, so I'm like, well, shit, what the hell do I do? I tried to go up the right side, lost another guy, I just hugged everyone straight to the left, got up, and pushed up to a house, and I'm like, okay, that's cool. I keep moving, and then a second minefield was there.
So, minefields in Mud and Blood 3, they're current purpose, like this might not be, this was not, I'm pretty sure this is not the intended purpose, but the current purpose is to say, listen, you've pushed way too far ahead that the game is now spawning mines.
Time to slow down.
Time to slow it down just a notch, okay?
Be cool, man. Well, see, that's a legit bounce. That's a legit bounce.
You know, he threw it with the intent, like, it looked like he was throwing it hard enough to go through one window and out
True,
the
yeah,
other.
yeah. Well, he's freaking out, man, you know what I mean?
Like, he threw that thing hard enough that if it hit the window, it would have gone through the window and out the other window on the back.
Waiting your orders. You got it, sir.
Hell yeah, it's about damn time.
I'm ready to fight,
A
sir.
little salty, these guys are.
Except for, like, the radio man. But in Classic, you don't have to worry about giving the radio man, getting experience with the radio man. You just get a radio man and call shit.
Alright, Discord chat itself. I missed the last like minute or so of conversation. No. No, but Alex, you were saying how mines in Modern Blood 3, the current purpose is to say, hey, slow down. The problem was with that, when I got double minefield, I was only like 3 days ahead.
That's 3 days too far ahead. You need to slow down.
Well, fucking excuse me for being in the fucking fire 3 days ahead.
Listen,
Shit.
oh no,
You're
hey,
about to call something too.
listen,
Oh
listen.
fuck, I gotta
That's
go.
what you get for putting the wizard in front of the fight.
Alright, have a good night, guys.
Okay, take care, buddy. It was good talking to you, man.
Yeah, so.
I'm not a fan of the. I mean, I already have Snipe, but that's the problem with this. Which I play seriously.
You know, the Sniper Garand is currently just one of my preferred sniper weapons when just running back and forth through the map, because it fires just that much quicker without reloads. Sure, you don't have the range, but when you can snipe a few times in a row.
Still has 500 range.
What?
The sniper, the scope Garand.
So I mean, it's still a pretty decent gun.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you get those 8 rounds of just hatred.
It does have the rate of fire of a bolt action, so it's a semi, but you don't reload as much.
You get 3 more rounds.
Yeah, you get 2 more rounds in the 1917. You get less bulk, same range.
And it goes ping.
Ready to die at your command.
Goes ping, and
Ready to die at your command.
Yeah, it's like 1 a.m. right now. I gotta. What was that?
just to see the damage that bad boy. But yeah, so it's pretty much all around better than the 1917.
I'm ready, sir.
2 more ammo, same range, 5 more damage, less recoil, less bulk, more jam because it's a semi.
What people?
So yeah,
You
Scope Springfield is 550. Damage 115. Almost inexistent recoil, jam chances. Scopes in field, 10 ammo. Just stupid. 600 range, bro. 120 damage. One chance out of 1,000 to jam. It's the ultimate rifle.
Yeah. So I will say, people are like, bolt actions never jam. Me looking at my Hugo Mauser, that will not extract bullets.
Yeah, same with that Mosin. Like, my friend had like an old Mosin there. It was like I had a hard time cycling, but like that thing probably fired millions of rounds.
So the thing is a Mosin doesn't jam. It just gets harder to open.
Yeah, and it gets harder to fucking reload too, man. You gotta destroy your knuckles like trying to put that clip in there, lift those bullets. And
I will say, the Mosin is a lot easier and a lot safer to load than a Garand. Because a Garand demands blood. And the issue is there's no wars going on for the Garand to get its blood sacrificed, so it has to take it from its users.
So it's like if you close that bolt on your fingers kind of deal?
So I haven't actually closed it on my finger. I have gotten like the tip of a nail in there and, you know, broke off just like the very tip of your nail in there, and it's yeah, I don't want my finger in there. I have yet to have my Garand bite me.
Under duress though, like in a firefight, man, fuck, and just slap that on your finger, man.
One thing I absolutely want to get one day is just a scope mount for the Garand. Because it just looks cool. I also want to get my hands on the M2 API ammo for the Garand. Because that stuff just punches holes in the shit.
API stands for armor piercing what? Incendiary?
Armor piercing incendiary. So the M2 ammo that came out that they invented in World War II. That's actually the classification of whatchamacallit? NIJ's level 4 armor. The definition of NIJ level 4 is the ability to stop an M2, the M2 armor piercing round from a Garand. Which is just one of them fun little facts. And at the moment, I think, technically speaking, NATO armor piercing does not. Yeah, NATO armor piercing rounds do not, for the 5.56 and 30-06 and that kind of stuff, do not have the ability to penetrate the highest level of body armor on the market and in active military use.
Ready, sir.
Don't get me wrong, you'll go through the average soldier stuff, but when you start getting, you know, them Russian, the Russian human tanks, 5.56 and 30-06 will not go through.
We got new orders, boys. Listen up. Awaiting your orders.
Let's move! Go, go!
Right, sir. You got orders? What are they?
Someone's
Ready to
just been
fight,
promoted to
sir.
the field.
I think it means exactly what's on the tin. There were 6 soldiers deployed.
Yeah,
So-
but how exactly?
It's probably a mistake. I'm not sure. Let me see.
Like, how many enemies are
Okay.
currently, or
Off
like,
to the
how
races.
many
Oh, maybe it's how many enemies are like left in the map, dude.
Okay, I killed like, I think 2 guys, right?
I'm ready to fight, sir.
That could be it. That could be probably it.
You got orders? What are
I mean, you're almost at 12,600, so. Yep, there's 12,600. Put your mouse over the finish end line. Put your mouse right over the middle of the end line. Yeah, 12,600 is about the average placement of the end line. I would advise you to just move all your guys directly straight back as possible. Like, just directly move right back, because that's Willie Pete on your position. I was going to advise you to go straight down where you had that tree blocking off like 3 of your guys. But, I mean, a good solid push works.
That's good, man. That was good too. That was ballsy, but it was good.
You know, you could just run all your guys over.
You want this guy dead?
He doesn't care about the guy being dead, he cares about the EXP you get for killing him.
orders, boys? Listen up.
Alright,
stop jacking off. We got orders.
That was a good game, man. That was a good. This one was good. Oh shit! 2 of them, huh? Damage resist, man. That's substantial.
Everyone, shut your
Dude, the flat out reductions and bonuses are just the nicest thing. Like,
ready for anything.
Magnum rounds plus your guy does 1 damage. Or a guaranteed 1 damage per hit.
You
Like,
got it.
Those things combined just make everything nice.
Sir.
If you are ever so lucky to get like 2 crates in a row,
Ready for anything.
I would advise stacking all your Magnum. Anytime you see Magnum rounds, try and stack them on one person until you get about like 10 of them on there. So it's going to be a lot of maps, but I think Magnum rounds are what, plus 3 damage.
I think so, yeah.
So if you can get, if you let a guy live that long to where he gets 10 Magnum rounds on him, that is guaranteed 30 damage per hit. So if you can get, for example, if you can get it on a gunner or a sniper, like, the dream is, what are tracer rounds per hit, or increased chance to hit? Because I know I did the math.
Tracer rounds, let me see.
Oh god,
Waiting your orders.
So tracers can light shit on fire. Yeah, so if you miss your shot with a tracer, it has a small percentage to start a fire.
I know that.
Hitting,
Yeah, the hitting, I'm not there yet.
hitting
So it's 3%. It's 3% per tracer.
2% or 3%?
3%. 1, 2, 3.
Alright, 3%. Alright, so the goal is to like get like the chances of it happening, unless you keep this guy alive for a long time. The goal is to get at least 10 Magnum rounds on a gunner and about 33 tracer rounds. If you can do that, gotta remember, the standard German has 50 health, and with 33 tracers, with 33 tracer rounds, within your within 1,000 meters is a guaranteed hit.
That's almost impossible. But
Like-
if a guy can pull that, and
Again, this is why crates are the best long-term item or long-term commander skill in the game.
yeah, it just takes fucking time, man.
Like, if it takes about 20 minutes to, let's see, say, so gold crates are the, gold is like tier 3, that drops 4 items, right?
I'm ready, sir.
Let's see. I think yeah, 3 plus 1 per
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh boy. The fuck's That was a good squad too, man. That's sad. Oh no, you good, you good.
People are in that house.
Anyway, the, yeah. Anyway, if you get the 2 crates in your first 2 thing, like, the chances of getting that are low, but the long-term, if you think about the long-term
Because there's
trade-off,
20 items, you know what I mean?
yeah, but the long-term trade-off is, if you keep this guy for, you know,
Oh no. Okay, I'm sure.
if you keep this guy for like 50 maps,
Listen up.
like, the chances of doing that are low, but for your long-term payoff, 50 maps at about 20 minutes a map, that is about 1 crate every other map. So, getting it's going to take forever, but you can eventually make your perfect super soldiers.
Moving out.
And don't forget, you get all these other good items from it,
Ready,
like
sir.
a can of rations. Like, along the journey, you're going to get a guy, if you're keeping your guys alive, you're going to get the one guy who's going to have, like, you know,
This fight
he's going to have his purple heart, so that's an extra 10 health. I think there's like a few other health-wise medals, which give like, you know, 5 more health, so that's like 15 base health right there. Then this the guy, if you do the which one gets the health bonus? That's the Spec Ops, right?
Yeah.
And it's like what, 10 health or 20
15, I
health?
think.
15 health.
I'm ready.
So that's
I think so, yeah.
that's 30 base health right there. If you get 4 rations, which is 5 health apiece, that's another 20. So that's 150 health soldier.
Yeah. Plus a couple of veterancy save in there.
Yeah. I mean, if you get this guy from D-Day and you bring him, you know, to St. Lo, that's what, 20 maps, so you're going to get your 20 map veterancy ribbon. So,
I even have all my D-Day guns.
so that's what makes the crate the most valuable long-term skill. Everything else is very situational. The crate just, the crate is exponential. Again, 10 Magnum rounds, or no, let's see.
I'm making my advance. Cover me.
I think select a bonus.
I'm ready to fight, sir.
9 Magnum rounds is 2-shotting every German, no matter what. You pretty much only, or I say every German, every standard German, non-specialty unit. So, and you already have a 50% chance to kill it with just a standard rifle to kill in one shot. So I mean,
Something's weird there. Yeah, like a trench is gone.
anyway, crates are my favorite just skill in general because over time you can just
As the game grow up, grow older too, like you can have less and less chance to score like 2 crates in a row every promotion too. It takes a lot of time too. Like,
New orders, everyone.
well,
I guess you can save scum before you get promoted and then replay the game all the time. But that's
I'll
a
be
lot
honest.
of fucking metagaming.
I'll be honest. It's a little bit worth just restarting if your first 2 skills, or if at least if your first skill isn't a decent whatchamacallit, if your first skill isn't a decent crate pool, because you know Bronze Star precision artillery is fine as is. Bronze Star B-17 is fine as is. But if you don't get a Gold Star, if you're not getting a Gold Star crate early on in the run, it may just be worth to reset.
Yeah, that's some fucking metagaming right there for sure.
But and again, it's only because of the long-term benefit. Like every other skill has very useful short-term benefits, but the crate is the only one that is in theory the only one that's persistent. Like binos are just an amazing little item. Like there's no item that you get from a crate that you go, man, I wish I didn't get that. I think the only item I could say that for is the med pack if all your guys are on 100 health.
Bit busy here. What's your orders?
Like, if you get Panzerfaust from it, that's free anti-tank. You get Molotovs, that's free anti-infantry. What?
What else could we put like you think in there? For usables.
Let's move.
Have you thought about putting grease socks in there?
Oh, like you mean like sticky bumps?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that could be alright, eh? Anybody could be like a TNT guy, kind of do.
Ready for anything.
That's a good idea.
So, you know, some composition B and some grease socks.
Ready to fight, sir.
Let's move. Go, go.
One time use weapons are pretty, like, usable things.
Waiting your orders.
Like, they're not my personal favorite to get from a crate. Or I say crate, get from a airdropped crate. But they are pretty nice.
Orders, what are they?
Um,
Orders, what are they? Ready to fight, sir.
you can always do flavored items, like, for example, instead of a med kit, you give them, like, a baguette,
Run. Awaiting your
which does, you know, the same thing.
Yeah, it's
Or-
like
or-
a...
Or
like
it
the,
could, the
yeah,
baguette.
the baguette could be usable like in Mud and Blood too.
Ready to fight.
Well,
It
instead
stays
of, like a 50-50, if it drops a med kit, it's a 50-50 chance it's a baguette, which only heals, say,
Busy here.
50 health, but you can split it between 2 people. So 2 people can have 25 health instead of restoring one guy up to full.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Or like 10 chunks of 5 kind of deal.
Yeah. So, you know, it's useful. More temporary boosts would be nice, like health and is a temporary, or healing your guy up is a temporary boost. Morale. Teddy bears are I have a love-hate relationship with the teddy bears. Because sometimes my dude needs to be pinned so he stops getting shot.
I'm ready to fight, sir.
And teddy bears tend to, you know, if you got 2 teddy bears on a dude, this guy just doesn't get pinned. And if he gets pinned, he gets...
Lord, that hurts. Who died? He's dead.
No, that was your sniper.
Oh man, like 3 SS in one house, dude. That's gonna be a tough house to crack. They're gonna
I'll be
push you
honest.
too.
I'll be honest. The MP40 has too much German. It's one of those German bias guns where you look at it and go, "Yes, this thing is amazing," but in reality, it's. In reality, the grease gun does the exact same thing.
Hold on, let's check out the numbers here.
Ready for anything.
He has 10.1.
Okay, so the MP40 is 32 round max ammo, range 250, damage 75. You compare it to the grease gun?
Got orders? What are they?
Yeah.
Let's see here. So the grease gun has only 200 range. So there's that. The range is a little 50 range less.
Bit busy here. What's your orders?
But the grease gun has a rough of 15, so it's really long fucking burst. So you get a 50 range increase. There's more bulk in the MP40. The jam rate is a little higher.
Ready to fight, sir.
So you get more ammo, more range with the MP40, and damage is the same. So it's slightly better.
It's one of those upgrades where you get it and it's not a direct upgrade.
It's a tiny upgrade. It's kind of cool because it's exotic. So
Yeah. Again, it's one of those, oh no, it's a German wonder weapon. No, it's just a okay submachine gun.
which is what it is in real life. It's just an okay submachine gun in real life too.
Yeah.
It's not that of that fantastic SMG that everybody thinks it is.
To be honest, most of the guns on all sides are not as good as people think they are. The one thing I will give is when it came to just the open warfare where, you know, one side is fighting the other side, or you go to the eastern front and both sides are using bolt action guns. Then you go to the western front. If you attack the position to the north, they're using bolt action guns. If you attack the position to the south, so now they have a bunch of semi-auto.
Yeah.
So
There's way more rounds coming at you.
that like in general, that's one of the few advantages in early war that you see out there. Is like the U.S. were the first ones to properly field a semi-auto rifle. Then the Russians GT40, but at that point they had so many Mosin Nagants that everyone was using a Mosin Nagant. The next, like, the STG-44 was as good as it is as a, the first assault rifle. There wasn't that many of them made. They weren't as spread out as, an M1 Garand or a M1 carbine. to be honest, the M1 carbine would probably be the best assault rifle of that day, or one of the best widely fielded assault rifle of that day. The M1 carbine. The M2 carbine technically saw the M2 carbine technically saw combat and you saw World War II, but it's one of those things where it was so late in the war you didn't see it. They didn't roll it out in time. It was definitely there for Vietnam and the Korean War, or it was definitely there for the Korean War and Vietnam, but it was a rare sight to see in World War II. The M2 carbine is more rare than the STG-44. Now, I will say my absolute favorite SMG in the game right now is the PPSH-41. And
Yeah.
if I ever get in the situation where I'm having that 1 or 2 crate commander skill points, and I have one guy with the PPSH-41, doesn't matter what setup you have, whoever has the PPSH-41, give them tracers.
Yeah, because if you can get that thing to hit stuff, man, then...
Like, if you give it tracers, you don't even have to worry about it hitting. You just, even a miss, have, you know, chances to start fires.
It's true.
Because it is, like, the highest magazine, highest rate of fire gun in the game. Like, what is it, a 71 round magazine?
PPSH? 65. The rate of the speed of fire is 0.06 second. And let's check out the MGs. So the MG42 is a little faster with 0.05. The Vicar is almost the same speed with 0.063.
But
And
the thing is those all have bulk.
oh yeah, absolutely. The Vicar is a lot of bulk.
Yeah, so like if you get the PPSH and you put tracer rounds on that thing, that is basically a long range flamethrower. You are starting fires at if like
yeah, and it starts fire effectively because it's the bullet impact that's gonna burn too.
yeah, and so again, whenever I had, like I was saying, whenever I had my multi-crate run going, it gets all the tracer rounds because he is basically, he does the work of a sniper because he can just shoot at something from a distance, and once you get like 5 tracer rounds on him, he's guaranteed to start a small fire in a burst. Something I have noticed is if you have a guy with a high burst fire, or you know, a long burst weapon, and he starts shooting a guy, and then the guy dies, and he's still shooting the guy. Shots that hit the guy will still, I think, set fires. So after the guy's dead and he's still getting shot, he still has a chance to set fires. Which
That's
is
fine with me.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it's just really, really funny and really nice. Unless you're in CQC and then you set, you know, your guy sets a.
Yeah, he set the building on fire.
Like, so I've not lost a guy to the fire, but I have taken damage from a fire started by a PPSH killing someone in point blank range with the tracer round. And I have to say, it is, like, if you ever get the chance to get a PPSH and 5 tracer rounds on that thing, please use and abuse it. It is the most fun you can have with one of the guns in the game. Yeah, and I'll be honest, out of most of the capturable weapons in the game, the PPSH 41 is the only one that's really worth trading in a regular upgrade for.
I like to give my medic an MG42.
Well, I mean, isn't the medic's final one an M1 Grand?
I think so, yeah.
The M1 Grand in this version of Mud and Blood is very lackluster, so replacing it is not going to be a
No, it's not. It's one of those things. Like everybody thinks the Garan is a fucking laser gun. Let me see here. 350 range, damage 100, recoil 10, ammo 8.
Looks like it.
Not too bad.
I'm ready, sir.
Where's it at? I have a few of these laying around somewhere. There it is.
Hey, we got a man down, man down!
I'm ready to fight, sir. Oh god, he's dead.
Yeah. Fuck man, it's a long shot.
Who's this dude? Is he invisible? Yo, I can't see this guy. Where's he?
Oh yes, he is invisible, but you guys can see him.
They don't like me.
There's just like this. I'm not sure what's going on with that.
Bit busy here. Fuck, I'm bleeding a lot. You guys, get a medic here. Get a medic.
Yo, he's got me, buddy. I do it quick. I don't want to
Bit busy here. What's your orders?
So the M1 Grand is a laser rifle. You're just loading it wrong.
You heard him.
Take some space. Take us all out.
You see, if you load the M1 Grand like that, it becomes a laser rifle.
Hell's bells, it's raining men out here at your command.
The bad thing is the Duracells actually fit just perfectly in there. Like, you hold it on its side, they do not fall out, just like a like if you put 30-06 in there.
Let's go.
Triple A's work better though, because you can actually fit 8 in there.
We got new orders, boys. Listen up. Ready to die at your command.
I bled on this.
Hey, he's only invisible on the outside. If you give him, his insides are very visible.
Soldiers, 50 soldiers left. Okay, so that's
So what you do is you group all your guys to the top and you just run. You get past that house works as a line of sight block. And then you just run all the way back. Get to the...
There's a nice kill point right there. Was it with you, the house, the butcher house or whatever? Was it with you, Alex? I think
it's
so.
possible.
Yeah, we had that house like you failed like about 6 or 7 times. It was like just fucking hilarious. The butcher house. There's like so many dead bodies in there.
Listen up. Ready for anything.
Yep.
Man, that was a hard map.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, to be honest, when you start, you play different when people are watching, because you know, playing. There's a difference between playing interesting and playing, you know, tactically. Like,
Oh, I play tactically regardless. I don't play for the show.
Ready for anything.
but
Loud and clear.
You're just an entertainer at the heart, man. That's what it is.
because one of the things you learn is fun to play and fun to watch are two very different things.
So maybe I'm BAs because I made the game, but like I find Mud and Blood's theme is the best Mud and Blood to watch being played.
Ready to fight, sir.
I
versus
mean,
Recon.
you have
Fight, sir.
so just Mud and Blood, as in Mud and Blood in the title. You have Mud and Blood Vietnam, the slowest of all the Mud and Bloods. Then you have Mud and Blood 2, which is literally just position your guys and watch.
Yeah, it's almost an idle game, Mud and Blood 2 in my book.
You could call it an idle game, but as soon as you click off of it, all your guys die. Just something about it. Mud and Blood, was Mud Blood 3, then Mud Blood Recon, or was it Recon then 3?
I think it's Recon then 3. Shit, that's a good question. I think it's 3 then Recon.
Alright,
Shit, I don't know, man.
Mud and Blood 3 is a give or take on how fun it is to watch, because you either start steamroll or get steamrolled with, you know, a few moments of fun, entertaining,
Like violence.
yeah.
The fights are fun to watch, but the speed is a little slow, I feel.
I'm ready, sir.
Recon is
Your orders.
the thing with Mud and Blood 3, but turned up to like 5,000, where it is either extremely boring to watch and extremely boring to play, or it is the most exciting thing you'll have in a Mud and Blood experience.
Let's move.
That is correct. Yeah. It's
Because
like a truck driver simulator.
it's like what other Mud and Blood will you go against, you know, 200 enemies with 4 guys and go, yeah, I can win this.
Yeah.
Like, dude, one of the things that people really don't appreciate is that once you get a guy to 5 combat, it doesn't matter which gun you put in his hands, as long as it's better than the Balak and the musket, he will perform amazing with it. We'll forever have our Stoner versus HK33 debate.
I'm ready, sir.
I find
I'm
this,
not that. Yeah.
but yeah, it's one of those things where you can just back and forth, and it's either really fun or really boring.
I
Mud and
like
Blood-
to watch Recon because I truly enjoy tactics, but like I'm probably crazy a little bit. So,
Awaiting your orders.
but for me, like fucking watching the maneuvering in Recon, like can you remember Karamidas was playing a lot of Recon? I liked a lot of his streams. It was really fun to watch.
And then there's me who goes, okay, which one attack fire base, run in there, kill everything, call a Huey on the fire base and leave. Depending on what I'm doing, I can, like, I can do the Nam Nuigan, or however you pronounce his name. I can do his thing of have base rangers and run around with them and do shit with them. I just you start to when you deal with high level rangers for a while, you either get used to the high level play, or you start to get to the point. You just get to the point to where low level stuff stops becoming interesting and fun. Like, you know, if you're running a squad of, you know, 5 combat troops,
I'm taking a bow.
running a squad of, you know,
Ready for
recruit of no combat, no skill whatsoever, no experience whatsoever, just becomes tedious.
Busy here. What's your orders?
And if you don't have a dedicated squad to doing what you want to do, you end up just not being able to properly do anything.
You got orders?
And that's why I like the attack fire-based missions, because it allows me to get a squad to, you know, at least 2 ranks, just so you can have 3 skill points in something.
Yeah.
And at that point, that's where recon goes from a
I'm ready to fight.
babysitting game to a you know, recon.
Zeroed in on here. We need to move.
I like noob squad because I find them pretty good from the get go. But like I must admit that I don't play with like super high tier rangers a lot. But I made
again,
the game enjoyable for me. So you know,
Yeah.
everybody's different.
It's one of those things of once you go there and you sit on top of
Yeah,
that thing
it's
for
true.
a long
Yeah.
enough time. It's like it's like Mud and Blood 2, where once you get to like wave, when you're getting to wave 100, and everything is just so intense, and then you know a V1 blitz hits, everyone's dead, you restart, and you're sitting there like, this is going so slow.
Yeah.
Just imagine that, but on a much grander scale with a much different skill with
Yeah.
a much bigger skill gap.
I'm ready, sir.
Like, if you have a squad of 2 maxed out rangers, bringing in 2 newbies is fine. But if you go from a full squad wipe, it's better to just restart your campaign. If you have 4 max levels and they get squad wiped, first off, what the fuck are you doing? They're 4 max level rangers. You should
Yeah.
own the map.
Yeah, or you just stayed there too long, or you got all maneuvered.
Yeah.
I'm ready to
The
fight.
legitimately, the only thing that's ever squad wipes me when I'm doing that high level play is when I'm trying to get that, you know, 4 rangers in a group bonus to do something, and a grenade comes out of the bushes.
Yeah, the buddy factor. But then
Um,
you get RPG'd out of nowhere.
you have the recoilless rifles that have infinite range. A recoilless rifle has spotted you. Oh, where? Oh, he's on the entire other side of the map. This recoilless rifle may not
Nice.
even be on the map.
That's a good one, Chow. But like, is it affect? Ah, fucking heartbreaking. Fucking SS, man. You know though, like I want to do like a siege map. You know, Alex, like 6 against 6, but the Germans would be like the exact mirror of your squad kind of deal in terms of like experience and skill. So, you know, you don't kill like 30 Germans in a map. You only kill like 6, but they're all like, you know, they have like good guns, good experience, like as much skills as you, and like same amount of like.
You're saying this. All you gotta do is change one number to another, or you just gotta flip 2 numbers. You take the 1-5 and make it a 5-1, and you've made the hardest map in the game.
That's right.
So you take that skill of, it's 15 now, right? Or is that just the meta?
It's
Or is
even 12, I think, but it depends on your creep. So the more experience you, like the difficulty will raise with the how much levels your guys have, but like minimally. But let's say like the base German, how much do you has?
Go! I got you covered. Go!
Ready to die at your command.
I may just be a sadist like this.
Yeah, skill is 12, so that's stupid.
I may be a sadist, but I kind of think it would be hilarious if you did like a program where it's like, if it's on the German version of Windows, every like roll a d20, if it rolls a 1, all the enemies have 30 combat instead of their base 12. like I kind of think it would be hilarious for Lance to go, this one map, every now and then I get this one map where the Germans just shoot me before I even get out of the spawn zone.
I don't even have to do that. It happens to him magically somehow. I don't even have to program this. Somehow, his game's getting lancificated.
Well, listen. I have all this good luck, so someone else has to have all the bad luck, okay?
I'm a pretty lucky guy too. But I also enjoy like when the game is all weird too. I like losing in Mud and Blood, so that's and I know Lance was very good at Mud and Blood 3, and he's struggling at Mud and Blood's team, so it's probably frustrating because, you know,
Well, here's the thing.
everybody here likes to be good at Mud and Blood, like it's what we as the community, right? So
Yeah, here's the thing. I'm bad at Mud and Blood too. Like, I am extremely awful at Mud and Blood 2. The only reason why I have that one thing is because of this thing called save scumming, where I have save scummed for hours on days to try and be able to get that completion of ribbons. I am genuinely just awful at Mud and Blood 2. So on most games, like, this is legitimately every game that's ever existed. You go into your user profile. When you go into your you go to File Explorer, this PC, Windows C, users, your username, and then app data. There's a thing called app data. Every game in the history of games saves all of their or I say every game in history, a good solid 99% of every game you'll ever play puts their save in the app data area. Flash. So it's normally just saved into a file, and because of how games are saved, it's just a file, and when the game loads up, it requests that file. And so if you copy that file and say put it into another folder, you can delete. You can play the game, and then say you made a huge mistake. You delete that file and put the old one back in there. That is save scumming. The greatest thing about that, though, is I had a save on my old computer that has the I Like Pie ribbon. Because of how Flash games are saved, the only way to transfer that save from this old computer that I think I've thrown away at this point, the only way to get it from one computer to the other is to copy that save and move it over. And so,
I'm ready to fight, sir.
It's one of those things where you have to use it responsibly. Those in the know are always in suspicion of save scumming. If asked, did you save scum, I will openly admit that yes, I am known to save scum. The only game I've yet to save scum in is Recon. And that's because there's this nice little kill card, so that removes your rage quits. The issue with that is even if you do rage quit, you still lose your squad, or you still lose shit. or you lose that patrol.
Recon though, you're losing everything.
Yeah, and so
So you might. So you're
Yeah.
probably gonna save scum and recon though.
I will have to see, because I have made it to... It really depends on certain things. Games like Mud and Blood 3 versus Recon. Mud and Blood 3 has more reason to save scum because you lose progress really hard. And just about anything you lose in Mud and Blood Recon, you can get back in 5 or 6 patrols. And that's like that's been the general difference between quote unquote save scumming. In general though, I prefer, so it depends on what I'm trying to do. I prefer not to save scum when it comes to just beating a game. When it comes to getting, completing a game, that's a different story. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So beating a game is getting to the end of it. Completing a game is getting 100%. And so if on full release of Mud and Blood Dean, there's going to be the Get to Berlin run, where it's just going to be just get to Berlin any means necessary. Then afterwards, when, it's time to show off ribbons and shit, there may be a little bit of just going through all that stuff. Though at the moment, I do not have to save scum to get 2 to 3 guys from D-Day to St. Lo. It is difficult as fuck, like it should be, but to get 3 guys to 3 D-Day guys to St. Lo is difficult.
Yeah, no shit.
But it is
impossible.
It is doable. it is doable without save scumming.
I'm ready.
Especially if I was to, retreat like Lance does all the time.
Lance walks out the line, gets one guy shot, he's like, fuck it, going back. I can almost see him be mad too. Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. I feel like he gets one moment of bad luck and then just calls it quit. Because from what I've seen, from what he would retreat from, you see how Chow's lost 2 guys already?
Mm-hmm.
From the videos of Lance playing, this right here is where he would give up and retreat
He
his
breaks.
guys.
Yeah.
And it's like, you can still push just that little bit harder. You might win, you might lose. So, I really think that Lance at this moment is hitting a rough patch and then just calling it quits. So I don't know what's going on over there in Germany, because every now and then he'll start, his rant about what's going on in Germany. So he might be having a hard time IRL, and giving him shit for that is. It depends on how much shit we're giving him for it, because he might be going through stuff over there.
Yeah. I mean,
So
hopefully I'm not too hard on him. We like to make fun of it.
Yeah,
Right,
like
stop jacking off. We got orders.
listen.
Yeah,
I, but I think the biggest differences in the playstyle is I have gone 10 or 11 days behind, dying in the same house over and over again,
And power through it.
and he will call it quit and restart the game or restart the profile.
Yeah.
So-
He'll get personally offended if he
So-
has like a bad stretch like you had. Like, you'll be like extremely fucking frustrated by this.
I will say there does need to be an ability to refresh the map over time.
I don't think so. Like, you
happened?
gotta get through it, man. Fuck.
Hey! Run that dude to the end. Run that dude to the end. You might be able to save your guy. That's a light infantry.
Okay, sir. Move out.
Yeah, that is a light infantry. If you can make it to the church, get angled down slightly to the church.
There's an MG in the church, bro. Holy fuck, they really want you, man. Oh shit! Come on, buddy, come on! Come on!
But he's going to be pinned.
Oh, and moral 11, yeah.
Oh!
Shit!
There you go. And look at that completion time too.
Yeah. Good old Hail Mary. Save the other guy too. How many days are you behind right now, Joe?
6 days.
6 days still, huh?
So the question is, that's 6 days behind what the 29th would have actually been in history, or 6 days behind what the Allies thought you're supposed to be at?
I hope the latter, please.
6 days behind with the 29th history.
Alright.
Yeah, roughly. Because the 29th didn't fought at Lutich, Operation Lutich, you know. So, but they drove like they were right in the trucks to go to Brest. So I'm like, so in the briefing, I'm like, hey, no, all the trucks are here. So while we're waiting, Company C is gonna help out the 3rd Armored Division in the defense of Mortain. So that kind of stuff. But like that's the only anachronism that there is. All the rest is it's like, you know, how do you simulate like driving trucks, you know, for like 2 weeks or 1 week kind of deal?
I think like cutscene, but I don't think that'll be fun. Whatever.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe like, okay, so you get engaged and then you have your truck that you got to protect kind of deal. That could be fun, but I'm like, then again, that's also an anachronism because they didn't get attacked at all, right? They just drove and it was like madness because everybody was trying to go east, they were trying to go west, everybody's losing their shit and
That'd be an interesting. That'd be an interesting one just to fuck with people. Is like have for a few maps of literally just walking through it and nothing happening. Just be like, on this day, the 29th did nothing.
Yeah, there's days like that as in Brest too. They're like, hey, you know what? Fuck it, we're not fighting today. This is stupid.
What you could do is any of the days where they're sitting there defending a position, you make, you know, specific classic
Yeah, Money and Blood 2 stuff, yes, but you get only 30 guys attacking you, right? But it's still a lot, especially if it's your squad
Yeah.
like that you keep, right? So you
no. You'd have a classic mode where it'd be like when you hit classic, you could choose between like you have like certain fields that are RNG type fields. So, for example, you have the standard classic, which does what it does now.
Yeah.
But say y'all hold up and say,
Like prepare defense.
what's a
Yeah, so you pick up like say, well, what I want. Okay, I get what you're saying, but here's my counter offer. Is like right now there's no deploy option for classic, but like I want like classic. Like so if you're like so you cleared hedgerows, so now you can like so you have Horror Valley and then hedgerows, so you can take those two and you can deploy. You play classic in those two areas.
well, that's basically what I was saying. Is you have certain areas that are locked behind. You have to get to this point. So,
Yeah.
for example, any time where the 29th would have been defending a position, so say for example after you get well, I can't think where was the 29th in Baston?
No, but this might be another anachronism. They kind of like covered the so while everybody retreated to help out in Bastogne, they were monitoring the side of the river. So they're patrolling, but I changed it. I changed it though, because I want Bastogne like everybody wants that. So I think I can justify this. They attached a small regiment,
So
maybe a battalion.
that'd be one of those things where because you're not Baston was a defensive maneuver or defensive fight.
Yeah.
That would be a deploy location or for a classic mode once you get to that point. If that makes sense. So you'd have a field that that'd be essence of Baston, where you'd already have a lot of concrete buildings and foxholes. With the added thing of you're going to end up fight because you get all these extra benefits, and Baston was assaulted by lots of tanks and armor. You're going to end up fighting a lot of armor. You get all these free defenses, but
you get those pluses and minuses and percentages, right?
Yeah, and so
in your setups. So then it creates meta. So like if you wanna, all right, so to get a wave 100, blah blah blah, or if you want that ribbon, you should play that map, kind of deal. And
but you also gotta think about it. We have the deploy metas for Mud and Blood 2 now anyway, where it's you do the 12 TP start unless you have 20 TP, and then you do the 20 TP start.
Mm-hmm.
And so you get those metas like that.
Combined to map choice.
So you have, and so instead of the
because
12
I want a deploy option to where you can play your classic squad into your camping squad into classic. Like the 6 initial guy will be, so there's an advantage of like having super pimped out soldiers, so because you can roll them in right away into like your classic game, so that'd be fun too.
But
they'll die, but like they won't die for real. They'll just die in classic.
That'd be an interesting one.
Yeah, because you can like pimp out a good squad, and then that can help you out to actually perform pretty good on classic.
Oh, yeah, something like that. Oh, yeah, I'm just staying here. I don't know. I guess I'll like upload this in like a podcast where because it's supposed to just be playing in the background while you all are talking about some other topic.
Oh, that's fine. I'm gonna check out. It's like 2:00 in the morning here, man.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, so I'm gonna wish you a Merry Christmas, guys, and I'll catch you on the other side.
At this rate, the war will be over by Christmas.
Yeah, that's right. Christmas is a big day, man. All right, folks.
Yeah, Christmas is. Listen, Christmas is a big day. We're supposed to fight in Baston there.
That's right. Some snow and all that shit. Defensive. All right, take care, guys. Good games, ciao. That's good games, man. And yeah, maybe like write me a little something if you like. What do you think about the difficulty of the game? Like, if you could bring it up or down, and what do you think has changed or whatever, lethality or because I feel the game is a little harder than what it should be, but like, but not by much. But anyways,
Yeah,
if you think about
I'm not sure
some
though.
deep,
It could have been like my experience because like I saw Wonderjar, he's having a good time with the game, while I'm not.
he
So
does, yes, right.
My my current opinion of it right now is it is fairly well balanced for 80% of us. The other 20% are having a hard time.
Yeah, yeah, that's the thing.
And
And
so,
because right, we're like core players, right? So like we're gonna drop it on Steam, you could like the 20% will become a 50%, I would say. I'm not too concerned about this, but at the same time, I don't want the game to be
you don't want your
fucking
first game on the major platform to be
yeah,
a mostly negative.
exactly. But I also don't want to dilute the Mud and Blue formula, right? So you play a Dark Soul
You
game, then you expect to get slapped around by the game,
Mhm.
right? So it's the
Mhm.
same with Mud and Blood, but I don't want this to be just I want this to be playable too. So this is tricky where like at the end I have to fine tune.
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah,
it'd be pretty cool. Like I'm pretty sure a lot of people already know about Blood. How it's supposed to be brutal. But you know how like Cuphead has like reputation of being hard, and you expect to die a lot before you can beat the boss. Hope like
that's
when
right.
people start learning about the game, they can realize that's kind of the theme about the game about Mud and Blood. It's supposed to be hard and brutal, so when they play, they're not like, "Yo, why do you keep losing?" They're more like, "Ah, shit. All right, let's keep on playing. I know,
Mm.
I don't win this, whatever stuff."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
You need to not have this feeling that it's impossible to do.
yeah.
That's
So,
probably what I'm trying to say. It's like I want to, I don't want the player to be like, well, that's fucking stupid. How can I'm not even gonna try because that's so I don't want to get to that level.
mhm.
So, and I
Well,
think sometimes I was watching Chow tonight. I was like, fuck, that currently that this situation is impossible. Like he has two guys like all limping to the end. There's like 12 dudes, 4 SS just fucking blasting at him. So like, yeah,
well, here's the thing. You got to understand. Mud and Blood at this stage of the Mud and Blood is a roguelite.
oh
Yeah, it's
yeah,
kind of
and
like
I said that a
It's
long time
it's
ago, and I
and
got flagged for it.
so Mud and Blood at this stage is a roguelite where you have procedurally generated map with a base crew and you get
Permadeath.
and permadeath. So it's the two major things is game knowledge or knowledge of the game and reaction time. If
Yeah,
you if you got those two things, you can win every map.
it's true.
I There's not a map I have played where I've gone through it and go, okay, this is absolutely impossible. What's the point in trying? There's not been a map I've played with it, and that's happened. Even the
mostly. I'm sorry. You can
go
continue. I'll see it.
All right, even the map where I was just dying in that one house over and over and over again.
Yeah.
I made it to the. That was just me being bad. There was multiple cases where I could position a lot better and win the map. And that's how a Mudblood feels. Like the only time there's a situation where you're sitting there going, "This is impossible," is when there's a flaw in the AI. For example, when they're all bunching up in the back of the map, or they're all bunching up at the front of the map. When there's
Mm-hmm.
something like that is a genuine concern because there is no proper dealing with that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only time you'll see an issue where it's like there's nothing I can do. And that's not a issue of quote unquote the game. That's just a issue behind the scenes of the game.
Right.
If that makes sense. Where
Yeah.
it's something that's not supposed to happen.
Like currently, like the end of like I kind of like the end of the map like most of the time because it's kind of it gives like that final boss fight.
Well,
But
there
but
there's
it's
a
yeah.
there's a difference between 10, 15 guys in the last 500
Yeah,
pixels
absolutely. Yeah.
and 30 guys in the last 1,000 pixels of the map.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you have those occasional issues where if you started from the end and you walked forward and takes you a minute to get to combat and
You get countered, and
yeah
there's like 30 more guys in the map.
yeah that's one of those few issues or one of the few things I don't like is when if you're making a not necessarily a cautious move forward, but you're not just
Just
select all move
cheesing.
forward.
Yeah.
You're not select all moving forward, but you're not, and you're not moving one guy, one tree every minute. You're move forward, wait 2-3 seconds, and move forward, wait 2-3 seconds, like you're supposed to do, so your guys have a chance to spot the enemy and do that shit.
Yeah.
When you're doing that, and it takes 2-3 minutes to get from you know you know
To the next engagement kind of deal.
yeah, when you get a counterattack from that, that's one of those times where it's kind of iffy, but that's one of those things where over time it's more of not a bug but a feature kind of thing, where it's telling you the game's quote unquote telling you you need to put this is a advancing game. You need to stop being a sissy and push.
That's
kind
right.
of thing.
That's right.
And so it's one of those things where you look either side you look at it, you can find the good and bad and all. At this current state, there's just about everything. You can find a reason to complain about it. You can find a reason to play or to praise it.
Right.
And
so it's just 50-50. Like it's hard, but there's a way kind of deal.
It's one of those things where if you're having a bad day, it's going to piss you off. If you're having a good day, you're going to laugh at it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're not having a good day, so I've been laughing out loud.
Yeah. a like getting a grenade, taking out two of your guys. If you've been having a shitty day, Mud and Blood's not a game for you that day. And if you're having an amazing day, Mud and Blood can turn it to a shitty day. If you're prone to rage,
Yeah,
Mud and Blood is probably not the game for you. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure most of us here are some very patient people. Because we...
when I first played Mud and Blood 2, like as a young boy, I would punch my screen a lot. I show like those old CRT type. Not
I don't know.
CRT, like the shape.
You would punch the screen, Chow?
Yeah, it's like this old Dell computer. I like running punch it as like a 10-year-old boy.
I feel like you're the kind of person when things go bad, you just spam 1-1.
Yeah, something like that. Except,
Frenchie.
Frenchie spam.
When all else fails, ruin your stats and press 1-1.
I never used the hotkeys. I would just like press. I was just like press.
Well, you don't even have to use the hotkeys for 1-1. You just click the infantry and and you just you keep clicking that and you'll keep getting Frenchies.
Yeah. Was a position like that on purpose, just so people could do that?
I'm pretty sure it was on top of the list because it was the cheapest thing.
The what? Sorry.
The
Frenchies.
Like when you press the.
Yeah, I want to do like third parties. So the Frenchies, you won't control them; they'll control themselves.
No. We're talking about Mud and Blood 2.
Oh,
where 1-1 is a Frenchie, where it's on the top of the list, on the top of the thing.
Yeah.
And then you can spam it.
I'm pretty sure that's there, or I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the reason why it's like that is not necessarily so you can spam it, but because it's the cheapest unit. It's the lowest unit and the cheapest unit. Therefore, it's all the way on the top of the list of
I think so
things to
too.
pick.
Yeah, I think I rate them in cost.
Well, I think it was like cost and value because the Sherman's all the way at the bottom. The Gunner, which is a 4 TP unit, is right smack dab. No, the Gunner's a 6 TP unit, I think, which is smack dab in the middle with like cheaper units below it and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
So it's like the SARS,
Uh,
the 8, and the field gun.
Yep. Sarge is the greatest trap of the game. 12
Trap?
TP.
Yeah.
Yeah. 12 TP for a soldier with the bar and a little bit better morale. Like, it's the biggest trap the game. Like Sarge is there to teach you that there are better, more cost efficient units.
Is Sarge gonna make it way back in classic mode? Do you think? I'm gonna make him smoke some cigars. I'm gonna make USD like talking all those cheesy lines.
What you need is someone who can do a drill instructor voice.
Oh, do we have one?
I don't know if you have a guy who can do that.
I think USD could probably pull it. Well, even MT, man.
You need a guy with a drill instructor voice, and Sarge is not going to be a soldier you can control. He's going to tell you how classic plays. Do you remember an herb game on itch.io called
Yeah.
OFV?
OFV, yeah, that's right. Sarge was telling you how to play.
Sarge was in the bottom corner of the game telling you what you're supposed to do. Occasionally he'll tell you you're about to get fucked.
So you need to be better. He's telling these things.
And that's what Sarge should be for Mud and Blood Steam.
That'd be fucking hilarious.
Sarge should be the drill instructor telling you how, like, when you first start the game, he's like, okay, here's what you're going to do. If you're doing well in, say, classic mode, like, for example, every 10 waves you go without a casualty or something like that, you get these nice words of approval from Sarge. And then if you've lost more than 6 guys in 10 waves, you just get, shit on by Sarge telling you what worthless piece of crap you are. It'd be amazing.
That could be fun, man.
All we need is someone with the drill instructor voice.
What the hell are you doing, son?
Now, the thing is I can tell because you're not wearing the drill instructor hat, so it's not genuine. So
all right. Well, guys, I got to go, man. It's like fucking 2:20. So this is amazing. It turned into like one of the greatest podcasts ever made that nobody's gonna listen to. Yeah. First Mud and Blood podcast.
Yep. I have to say that's the only issue I have with trying to do the tester stuff is just getting either setting up the recording or making sure it gets to YouTube, because that kind of thing it's just time consuming and tedious. It's not necessarily hard. It's just
I get it. Yeah.
It's
like Chow's fucking input on YouTube is being invaluable the fuck out. Like it's just, you know what I mean? I can rewatch everything and I can like overanalyze everything that he does, and pretty much I can build a game around what he does and what he doesn't, because he understands the game and the mechanics. Then the feedback is good, but to watch him play is anyways, for me, I that's what I like to do is like, cause
Mm-hmm.
to watch how he maneuvers the mechanics and everything is like, oh, okay, yeah, fuck, I think he tend to do this. So if I make this easier, it could probably be better for quality of life and stuff like that, right? So that's just what it is. Like this say like Yusty would play because he's starting now. So for him, like if he would record and upload his game, for me like it'd be invaluable because now I see that's why like the strike teams were fun because I was like, okay, that's how new guys fucking play the game. It's how hard they get fucking hit.
Yo, getting invited for a strike team was like honestly one of the greatest moments in my life.
Yeah.
I kind of want to see my friend Pukacho
Mm-hmm.
and how he pronounces it. I want to see what he'll do on the new recon.
He's a good recon player.
Oh, yeah, wasn't the guy who
He's
like got like a full
he's the guy who spent that much time to
oh yeah
make
that
sure
was
one ranger went through all the trainings.
yeah, how did he do it? He just like left his game open or what?
Well, because of how the memo system works, you just gotta get lucky.
Oh yeah. So he never like gave this guy
So he's extremely anal about.
Well, it's I had to ask him what exactly was going on there, but I'm pretty sure it's just like you just set one guy to the side and just be like, anytime a training
You're
pops
the
up,
train
give it to.
monkey, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest though, I mean it looks like it would be pretty worth it just to go in with that one ranger with 3 in every skill,
Yeah.
just as
Yeah, I
a
mean,
base.
yeah, and it's always like in the units, there's always this golden boy that gets all the trainings. You know, technically on paper he's very well skilled, but doesn't have much experience. But yeah, it's like all these.
Meanwhile, the last guy he posted was max rank. Well, he had so. Let me go ahead and find him on recon. All right, from user. Yeah, his last guy is 29 patrols, 398 kills, and is 5 combat, 3 medic, 3 demo, 5 spot, 5 stealth, 5 comms, 5 viet.
Shit.
So this guy's gone through all the trainings, and then has gone into the field and
Some
come back
patrolling.
out.
Yeah.
Has gone out into the field and said, "Yeah, the stuff they teach you, it's good shit." I just like just thinking about this character. Like, think about how lucky this guy is. 946 days in theater. I would be doing great to get, 3 trainings in 3 years. This guy got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This guy got like 30 something trainings in a 3-year period.
Hmm.
Not only that,
really got biased.
he still had to have days to do those 29 patrols.
Oh yeah.
How long last the trainings? 2 weeks?
What are they? They're anywhere from like, I think they're about 7 days apiece, 7 days to 2 weeks
Okay.
apiece, depending. So, I don't know what he did to
Yeah,
do
1 week
that, but
course, yeah.
I don't know what he did to do that, but
Mm-hmm.
definitely had a lot of people do it. I love how this character has 3 medic, yet he hasn't saved a single person.
I mean, I don't think he
Yeah.
needs to, right?
Yeah, it's 29 patrols, 246 bots, 52 comms, 0 saves, 398 kills.
If they say 29, let's go.
And
Alright, guys, I got a ditch. Fuck Alex, man. You can't. It's 2:30, man. I got the ditch.
You're sick.
all right.
I would like to talk to you until like 3, but we gotta close this podcast for today. You know, train by day, fucking podcast all night, every day, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, you think anyone will actually watch the whole thing? I'm gonna
I don't
go
know.
10 views per
There's
video.
some good stuff in this, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna upload to Steam, maybe get some more. Just how podcast.
I mean, only if you want to, but
Yeah,
yeah,
I'll upload.
you can. Yeah.
That's what I want to do is be able to do the live stream on YouTube, so that way it's uploads immediately.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. That's a good idea.
But I think you have to have a certain subscriber count, like subscriber
right?
count. Yeah, you have to be part of the YouTube partner.
Wonder Jar doesn't have a lot of subscribers, and he streams on YouTube.
He streams on YouTube.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Leo?
Oh, yeah,
Who does?
I don't think he streams though. I'm on YouTube.
I haven't seen him in a couple of days.
Yeah.
Alright, folks, fucking. Now it's for real now, man. Love you all to death. I love you all more than life, but I gotta fucking go, man.
Alright, people need to sleep. Have fun.
Yeah, alright. Cheers, guys.